Dámy a pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 19th of June. Welcome to the second day of our conference on Digital Europe. This is the 9th year. Today we are going to have English as the speaking language.
Online, waving to everyone in the cloud, and hope that you're having a fantastic day along with us. Yesterday we spoke a lot about digitalization, the trends in AI and machine learning, and the effects on the economic and political stability of Europe and where we're evolving going forward. Today we're going to be diving even deeper, going into themes like e-health, further talking about business and careers of the future with artificial intelligence and robotics, for example. So it's really going to be a packed day. The day is also accompanied by fantastic catering, and this is where I'm getting into the administrative side of things. I just want to remind you that you can, of course, refresh yourselves outside with coffee, some light snacks, and then later lunch. There is also an exhibition going on of some of our esteemed partners and some great booths with various technological gimmicks going on the same floor just over in that direction behind the big mirror. It's closing just kind of during lunch, so please do take the opportunity during lunchtime to visit and take a peek because it really is worth the time. I don't want to keep you too long, so I will now just go into thanking the partners as well, without whom this absolutely wouldn't be possible. Today is being organized by the European Liberal Forum and being also co-organized and helped with our esteemed conference partners, namely the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, the Republicon Institute, Liberté, the movement, the Liberal and Social Movement, and the Institute for Freedom and Democracy. So thank you very much for making this happen, and thank you very much for being with us here today. Now, without further ado, let's jump straight into the welcome speech. And the welcome speech comes from no one else but Šárka, who also welcomed you here warmly yesterday and who is the board member for the European Liberal Forum. Šárka, please join me on stage. It's all yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to welcome you on behalf of the European Liberal Forum. It's very important that we meet here today when our world is changed, shaped, and challenged so much by digital technologies. The European Liberal Forum is committed to spread liberal values, and we believe that thanks to digitalization, we can ensure more individual freedom and democratic governance. We envision Europe where no one is left behind, where economic growth is supported by digital technologies, and our life is getting better and better. That's why we are meeting here with so many experts today, and we will discuss our future and what we can expect. And it's really important that we are part of it. We don't want to just have communication which goes one direction, but we would like to have also the feedback and some comments from you. That's why you can also use the application Slido, where you can send your questions, comments, or any opinions, and we can enrich our discussion thanks to you. I'm really happy that I can be here today with you, and I would like to ask Sarah to introduce our next guest. And if anything, I will be here all day, and we can have then further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Šárka, and your wish is my command. So let's go straight into the introductory speeches. The first expert joining me on stage as our keynote speaker is Offer Breyer, who is the Chief Scientist of Impro AI. May I please have you on stage? Thank you so much. He's also going to have a presentation for us, and don't worry, we thought of everything, so your clicker is prepared right here. Thank you.
Can I hold it by my hand? Is it okay to use it this way? Thank you, Šárka. Next is the green. Okay. I'm really sorry for all those people who did not come today and they watch it on YouTube. They missed the sandwiches. Well, I want to tell you a simple story. I'm from Toronto, Canada. I was born in Israel. And about the past 16 years, I was interested in reading books about AI. I'm totally not an expert in AI, although I'm a chief scientist of an AI company. Now, let's look at what happened 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I was playing in a playground by OpenAI, who became the father of ChatGPT, baby GPT. And that playground was a great place for me because I love to play. And I love to play Lego. And for me, it was just playing. Let me show you what happened to me. Here it comes. Okay. Until 4 years ago, or let's say 5 years ago, I thought that I'm a very smart person because I have a very high IQ. I was brilliant. In every room that I went into, I was the smartest man. And that was the truth for me. And suddenly, over the time, being so smart, so innovative, so brilliant, suddenly something happened to me. One day, about 5 years ago, I went to a room, and I'm sorry, 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I went to a room, and there was someone smarter than me. It's not fun. And then I went to another meeting, and there was somebody smarter than me again. And then to another meeting in another room, and suddenly I was not the smartest man ever. It's painful. Please remember, this is painful. And the question was, what happened? Because in every room, I met GPT. And GPT, over time, became smarter than me. And it's not fun. So now you have to think. You're not smart anymore. There's something, or you can call it somebody if you want, smarter than me. Now the question is, what do you do? I met the genie. Genie is being called ChatGPT. That was the only tool available on generative AI at that time. So many people look at the genie and they say, Genie, can you write an article for me? Genie, can you write an email for me? What a waste to ask generative AI to write an email for you when generative AI can solve world problems. But we all don't know how to use it so well. So we use it to write some articles and some posts and some emails. What a waste. You have a genie and you don't use it. So in the beginning, and this is the history, there was a brilliant man over Bayer working on the ChatGPT area. And then I brought the brilliancy of my mind, and GPT gave me garbage. I put brilliant ideas, and GPT gave me garbage. We're talking about 3 years ago or 4 years ago. You go into those areas of generative AI, you put your brilliant mind inside, and this machine is giving you garbage out. However, this machine, if it's so, I decided to use it just for garbage creation, which means I don't have to bring my brilliant mind into GPT to create garbage. I can add garbage in and get garbage out, which made my life easier. I don't have to be smart anyway. Put stupid things, get stupid things. It's fine. A very great place to play. However, over time, GPT learned from people like me and like you, and it was able to learn so fast that it was able to become smarter than me in less than a year since I started to play, and I was one of the first users of GPT Playground. In 1 year, from a stupid machine, it became smarter than me. What I've learned in 65 years, this machine learned more than me in less than 1 year. And now it's even accelerating the speed of learning in becoming much smarter than people with 178 IQ like me. Now we are in trouble. So I decided that now is the time that I found that my best friend in the world, somebody with a higher IQ than I have, that I can make conversation with. And at that time, I decided to call it Bible. I will put brilliant ideas in, and I will get brilliant outcomes. And that's how I started to use GPT and other technologies over time. I put brilliant ideas inside, and it 10x's my brilliant ideas into much more brilliant ideas. And now I was able to show to the world that I am much smarter when I use my second brain, generative AI. So, being a smarter man now, what do you do with it? I'm smart not because of my brain. It's not only because of this brain. I'm smarter because I'm using correctly the second brain that is capable of learning 1 million times faster than me and understand the world much better than me. And I'm a great user of this machine to create. And I started to create a moment of smart conversations. And my wife, she knows it, and she will tell you. I was going to sleep at 4 o'clock in the morning every night because I couldn't stop conversing with generative AI. And one day Maya told me, it's me or her. Because every night I just wanted to be with GPT. Amazing intellectual conversations that I've never had with any smart man in the world. Now here is the moment that I decided to do something about it. My wife, Maya, she's a technology person. I am a methodology person. And we met another guy in Canada. His name is Josh Blair, who was a chair of the board of a huge company, Telecom. And together we decided that why don't we give this ability to millions of employees in companies to become really smart, to raise their IQ by 100 points. So for this, we needed to learn how to do a smart conversation. So what is the meaning of a smart conversation? Here it comes. We build a company, we have 25 employees. We do work of 300 employees every day. Instead of hiring 300 employees, you hired ChatGPT. We don't use ChatGPT, we use other platforms, but that's okay. There are more than, I would say, 15,000 platforms today in the world, like ChatGPT and better. So we use different ones, and we decided to build our own system of AI. And building that system, we decided to have meetings between us with brilliant abilities. And the meetings are very simple. The meetings are very simple. We talk to each other in the meeting while using what you call GPT to converse with the technology first, to extract the knowledge from the machine, so when I share with you something, I share more meaningful ideas. So we have second brain, first brain, 10 people in a room, doing a work of 100 people in less than an hour that usually would have taken 1 month. We solve business problems in 3 days that usually you cannot solve in 3 months, just by using the second brain for smart conversation. That made the team became very smart. Thank you, OpenAI, for building a new world of opportunities when every problem in the world can be solved by human using technologies. And there are 2 things or 4 things that we have learned. The world is moving in 3,000 kilometers per hour. People walk 4 kilometers per hour. It's already late for many of us. Speed of learning, why? Because the machine is learning fast, so you have to learn at the same speed to understand what the machine is talking about. And then the next 2 things are the speed of research. Today, I can do a research that will finish in 3 hours instead of 3 years. And of course, decision making. You know, especially in governments, it takes months to make a decision because we have to make a lot of assumptions and to contradict the assumptions. So we make decisions and helping companies to make decisions in less than a day that usually will take them 7 months, 2 years. So thank you, OpenAI, for opening a new window for the world. And then came all the rest of them with amazing technologies. So I want to thank you for listening to me today. That's who I am. I'm a chief scientist of a company, ImproAI, in Toronto, Canada. So when you come, I'm a very good cook. Come, I will make some lunch for you, or dinner if you want. Bye.
Thank you very much. Definitely something that OpenAI and all the generative AI tools in the world can't replace is a good human touch and excellent human cooking. So there you go. You've got your invitation. You've also got the first glimpse into the world of news around AI, and we're going to keep on in that tempo. I would like to invite to join me on stage Miles Yu, who is the Senior Fellow and Director of the China Center at the Hudson Institute and advisor to former US President Donald Trump. Miles, please join me up here. Thank you. Welcome.
Do I have a microphone?
Microphone right there.
Right here.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry about the soccer loss. So I'm on tour in Europe. I just came from England, UK, and tomorrow I'm going to Germany. Everybody was asking what the second Donald Trump turn might be like. So. But I'm in Czech Republic right now, so don't worry. Donald Trump has a special relationship with Czech. His first wife was from here. His third wife also from not far from here. So in other words, Czech Republic has always been a very important friend and ally of the United States. I just talked to your government officials yesterday just after my arrival, and we affirm that kind of special relationship. So thank you, Czech Republic. Now, Prague is a particularly sentimental place for me because last time I was here, there was no Czech Republic. It was still Czechoslovakia. That was July 1990, right after the fall of the wall. So I was very deeply impressed by your city, by your country then as it is now. So thank you very much for inviting me here to speak on this very important issue. Digital world is very different from the world before. In many, many ways, it changed our life fundamentally, as my previous speaker has eloquently illustrated here. The difference between him with great IQ is that I don't have great IQ and I don't use PowerPoint. I teach at a Naval Academy in Annapolis, in Maryland, United States, and we believe power corrupts, PowerPoints corrupts absolutely. So we don't tend to use those kind of PowerPoint. But it is very important. It is very important to point out the fundamental challenges digital age posed to not just the national security, our daily existence is also put into a very profound quandary. Let me just illustrate with my limited time here to illustrate several aspects of that. The obvious one is that it provides a very powerful tool to enemies of freedom, to censor, to mold, to redirect our attention to untruth, to lies. I was just this morning trying for 2 hours trying to retrieve a simple message I sent through my Twitter account, listing all these major hacking incidents that Chinese government has done, not only against the United States, but also against the world. I couldn't find it. Somebody must have deleted from a very remote controlled location. So first and foremost, since I'm from the national security apparatus of the United States, let me just say this. We used to know China is a country that excelled at human intelligence. They send actual spies over here, over there, and to collect the intelligence. That notion should be completely eliminated. While they're still very good at that, they are far more capable, far more efficient, and far more ambitious in cyber intelligence. They collect intelligence on a massive scale and unmatched sophistication through cyber. So if you don't believe me, you should listen to speeches by the director of the FBI in the United States, constantly, and he has a very, very grave assessment about the Chinese government's capability to collect intelligence through cyber space. And his assessment, simply put, is that the Chinese hacking capability is much stronger than all the rest of the sovereign countries in the world combined. That's the scale of that. Second assumption, second challenge that brought to us by the cyber age is really make virtually every regional issue a global one. That is because cyber is digital world, such a globalizing phenomenon. If one person does something regionally, it will affect people far away on the other side of the world. So it's regional versus global. And not really get into many other aspects as well, which I will say a little bit over there. Thirdly, cyber age poses a major threat to commerce, international commerce in particular. You know, in the United States, I'm not sure about here, but I don't know, the largest e-commerce platform is Amazon.com. More and more Americans buy and sell stuff on Amazon.com, mostly buying, right? Amazon has about 1.5 million sellers worldwide. Over 2/3 of them, 1.1 million sellers, are based in China. Think about that. Now, what does it mean? That means, of course, Chinese are making a lot of money. So Chinese economy is in terrible shape in the last several years. But they're really good at three things, in three areas. One is electric vehicles. Secondly is green energy, the products, solar panels. The third thing is really e-commerce. They control those things, right? Now, that means a lot of things to average Americans. I live in a city called Annapolis. 300 feet away is my dock, where I put my boat in. I want to see the tides every day, every morning. So I need some kind of camera there to watch it. I could not get a Wi-Fi extender because my Wi-Fi from my home cannot reach that, because every single Wi-Fi extender is made in China, is sold in Amazon. And there's no other place you can get it in America. And they're made by one or two companies, which I have information. They're not necessarily really here to make profit alone for some other purposes. Millions and millions of American households, they install those kind of home security facilities. And guess who's watching? Who's monitoring those things? So those are very, very major threat to global commerce. If you're a company doing business inside China, you must find a due diligence. You must know the economic reality of China in order to make sure that your investment will have a larger return. But that is considered espionage. That's considered as not welcome by the Chinese government. So they just kick you out. You cannot even use VPN very easily in China. And that's how serious it is. So it has a great challenge to commerce, particularly equal opportunities in commerce in places like China. Cyber world also poses a very serious challenge to political processes over there. I just came back from Taiwan for the presidential inauguration about a month ago. The Taiwanese election was amazing because the biggest challenge to Taiwanese democracy in 2024, 2020, 2019, 2000, and all this election is the Chinese government's state-organized political campaign through cyber. What Taiwanese call the cognitive warfare. Disinformation and backing the deliberately disruptive candidates. So it's a very big challenge to that. United States also, obviously, election integrity is a huge issue. We used to blame Russia. We have to take into consideration not just Russia. All enemies of America do that kind of cognitive warfare, disrupting American political process, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, you name it. I would say the third threat is really to human freedom. The basic freedom of a human being was challenged in a very fundamental way. You notice that the Chinese government gave you visa-free visit to China for 15 days. They're mostly to French and the Germans and I think your countries too. Normally, the Chinese government would never do that because they want to monitor everybody who comes into China and what you do over there. They'll worry far less right now because they already got you. They know who you are, they know what you do, because they collect an enormous amount of big data, which I'll talk about in a few seconds. Because they could identify virtually every human being on the face of the earth through their huge collection of data, through many channels. If you look at the what are the targets of the Chinese government hacking? It's the Marriott hotel chains registration statistics. That's about 290 million people, right? It's about global airport data, entries. They know this kind of stuff. Chinese also collect a lot of biometrics, hospital records, and the entire US government, federal employment system, information system, including security clearance system, was hacked by China almost 15 years ago. Think about that, right? Amazon.com, they'll try to hack into the corporate data system in Amazon with limited success because Amazon is a US registered company. You know what? China said, the heck with Amazon. I want to get control of this big data. I cannot do it right now. So I set up my own to kill Amazon, and that's Temu and Shein. Shein just came on London exchange for IPO. So you see, this is all very big collection of huge data. They know everybody. They know how to do it. The BBC has conducted some kind of experiment. Their reporters, it was very, very interesting. So they went to China to try to test the Chinese system. See how long would it take the Chinese big data system to find a BBC reporter inside China? 7 seconds. Facial recognition. Not only this, the Chinese technology of facial recognition is so superior, so advanced, a lot of countries like it. In Africa, most countries got it for free. You go to Nairobi, you go to the airport system, it's the same thing. You don't even have to do anything. Once you show up, they know who you are. They know all the biometrics. You go to China, you don't even have to give them your phone, physical phone. You don't even have to give them the phone number. They have your registration data. They even know what's the record of your WhatsApp or your Signal exchange. So that's basically a fundamental challenge to human freedom as we know it in the West. So cyber play a very important role in that. Now, it also obviously, I'll end my remarks here with this idea, since I came from the U.S. Navy, and I'll say you this. It poses a serious challenge to global security. Cyber age brings out a lot of new platforms of modern warfare. Cyberspace, undersea, big data, so you name it. And all was done in the realm of cyberspace. Now, those are very powerful, but also it has a kill switch. So in many areas of national defense, in global security, we have to really think about the fundamentals, the age before cyber, in order to secure our global peace. So one of the things at the United States Naval Academy, for example, we have restored a course that we abandoned decades ago. It's called celestial navigation. That is we're going back to the age of Christopher Columbus. We navigate, identify ourselves by looking at the stars. Because that means that someday, when the real modern war starts, and our system will fail. Our modern cyber-based system will fail, and we have to have a plan B. And that plan B is something that I think every country, every sovereign state should consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miles. Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry to have been creeping up on you from the shadows, but the next panel that we have is very key in addressing specifically these things, and we're running slightly out of time. We also have up to 300 people watching us online, I hear, which is a very record number, so thank you for everyone supporting us, and let's move on to the first panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we had very interdisciplinary keynote speeches that we just heard, both about the social and the technological aspects of 21st century innovation and the connection to the structure of nation states and how we function as humanity. It is my great honor to introduce this panel, which will be focusing on digital democracy, and I'd like to ask all the attendees of the panel to come and join me on stage, please. Thank you very much. Hi. Lovely to meet you. Oh, please, just here. Thank you. Dobrý den. Dobrý den. Dobrý den. If you could seat yourselves underneath your respective photographs, please. Yes, fantastic. I'll sit here. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the panel on digital democracy. I will go and introduce everyone. We had kind of people clapping in between the introductions, but because we have so much to get through and it's such a meaty topic, I'll ask you to clap very loudly at the end, please. So I'll start from the very end there. We've got Leslie Miller, who is the Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Policy from Google. Thank you very much for joining us today. Next, we have Daniel Brown, who's the head of cabinet of Ms. Věra Jourová, Vice President of the European Commission for Values and Transparency from the Czech Republic. Then we have Otakar Foltín, who is, Otakar Foltín, the Strategic Communications Coordinator and from the government of the Czech Republic. And we have Christian David, who's the chairman of the board, Institute for Freedom and Democracy from Romania. And finally, last but not least, Oreste Policino, the professor of constitutional law from the University of Bocconi from Italy. Welcome. Everyone, please give them a good, big round of applause. I have a lot of questions prepared for you, but I also really want you guys to get involved. You have the QR code for Slido, just point your phone or tablet at it, and please go away, because it's important to have this as interactive as possible, as democratic as possible, or at least in the way that the ancient Greeks intended it to be. I would like to kind of move on to the first question, which is relating to the recent major election that we have just had in Europe. It has just taken place. There's some clear trends that we can see. And I'm just curious about how you feel that the rise of digital technologies has impacted the whole election process on the whole. What you feel that the roles of the private versus the state sector are in kind of tackling these new digital trends in this regard, and how it impacts the way that we vote and engage. A nice kind of easy question to launch us into it, and I will leave it up to whoever wants to pick up the baton. Or I can point fingers. Oh, yes, please. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
I will break the ice, if you allow me. I'm Christian David. I'm the chairman of the board of the Institute for Freedom and Democracy in Romania. And as we are quite involved in the electoral process and in the European elections that took place recently, I will make two very sharp observations with regard to technology. First is about the electoral process as such, the voting process, which from our experience, it was not giving the results as expected and to the capacity of the technology as of today. Meaning that electronic vote could have easier the process and could offer a higher participation rate. So I hope that the next European elections, which are to be held in 2029, will be on an electronic platform that will offer the European citizens the possibility to participate directly in the voting process. With regard to the electoral process, and especially with the campaign, the second remark I would like to make is regarding to the manipulation and disinformation throughout the technology, and primarily to some AI products which were offered in the social media networks as statements, testimonies of the participants in the electoral race, which were fake, which were inducing huge confusion amongst the public, because you were waking up with a very special and spectacular testimony on a social media of one of the major competitors, which proved to be fake, and by noon that was gone. But the impact in the public to a certain point was already done. So these are the two sharp observations to my experience in this campaign, not in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like to react? Please, Leslie.
Hi. Is it on? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Leslie, and I lead public policy for YouTube. And to your original question, I don't think it's for me amongst these esteemed panelists to weigh in on the sentiment regarding the outcome of the election here across Europe. But on behalf of YouTube, a few things that I would just like to share and some of the early learnings that we've seen based on the parliamentary elections, which is for YouTube, it is a top priority that we show up and that we are a net contributor in the democratic process of elections. And as such, we've put a number of things in place, and I would be curious in some of the details, maybe you have some insights into what you saw in terms of how tech companies were used both in a positive way and where there were areas of improvement. And for YouTube, we look at elections in a number of ways. First is, what won't we tolerate on the platform? So we have a set of content policies as it relates to election-related misinformation. So content that tries to lead people to be misled in terms of where to vote, how to vote, the eligibility of candidates. That content is not allowed on our platform. We remove it. But in addition, we understand, and this was shared already earlier in this conversation, I heard it from the speaker just prior, which is, but foreign attempts to sow discord in the integrity of elections, that is also something in addition to the policies we have where we will remove content. We have an organization at Google called the Threat Analysis Group that works to identify patterns of behavior from nefarious actors, including governments such as the Chinese government, the Russian government, et cetera, where when we spot this activity across Google, we'll terminate their accounts. We will make sure that we are getting in front of any one government's attempts to A, hide who they are, and B, sow discord into any other country's basically overall dialogue. So we remove content that violates our policies, we terminate accounts that attempt to sow discord from foreign adversaries, and we also want to make sure that we're raising up what we call authoritative information. So my hope is if any of you used YouTube as a means to learn about the elections, that you were seeing content from authoritative sources, oftentimes news outlets and/or information panels from in-country authoritative sources to share information, again, where to vote, how to vote, but also the outcome of the election. So we feel it's been a top priority for us. Significant number of citizens around the globe have been going to the polls. We have not seen the volume of the concerns that were raised going into this year around topics like deepfakes. We just haven't seen the volume that people were concerned about, though any one deepfake could have a material impact. But it is a #1 responsibility for us in terms of making sure that we are a net contributor to the electoral process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh yes, please, and then you afterwards.
Go ahead. Absolutely. You're older. Absolutely.
It's a gentleman's standoff, yes.
Good morning, thank you. I was inspired by the remarks to make a couple of mine then. First of all, these elections, you could see that the role of social media and online platforms is growing. That's a clear trend. We have people in the European Parliament who don't even have a party, they just have a YouTube channel. And I think that's new, and that's a trend that we have to take into account. And that also increases the responsibility of those online platforms in the election process. A bit too early to assess what happened in the elections, where we'll still be doing a proper assessment in the European Commission. But the very preliminary signals we get are that there was no major unexpected huge smoking gun, and that the indeed intensity of deepfakes and the very new technologies maybe did not materialize. And we can discuss whether that's because for the malicious actors the elections were not so important, or whether we were well prepared and the level of awareness was much higher than before. But overall, it seems that online platforms, including YouTube, were geared up quite well, and we were much better equipped as a society than 5 years ago. I think pre-bunking, talking about this, raising the level of awareness without scaring off people also helps. At the same time, we did see an elevated level of disinformation in the 3 to 4 weeks before the elections. That comes out very clearly from the data from the European Digital Media Observatory. And again, it's very difficult at this point to assess to what degree this was foreign interference, and we should have no illusions about the intentions of Kremlin, and having the information space increasingly a fundamental issue for national security. There are, of course, domestic proxies, to save time, useful idiots. there are political motives, there are economic motives, so I think these we need to get deeper into. As for the platforms, I like the division of promoting trustworthy information about the election process and then reacting to risks and the threats, in other words, content moderation. There, again, it seems that platforms, also through the codes that we agreed on, were better equipped than last time. We do get data. I don't know if you saw the Maldita study, a Spanish fact checker, that still content moderation is not so good across all languages. That still there are big gaps. So this is something that is a continuing, I would say, joint exercise. I mean, the issue is so complex that the response has to be complex. One last remark, and I know that's not your intention, but over-focusing in a way on the elections would be underestimating the problem of the information disorder, because the effects of the information disorders and of foreign interference and information manipulation, yes, that's in the elections. Those actors harvest the efforts in a way, but the effect is this long-term undermining of information integrity, with AI potentially increasingly having what Ivan Krastev calls paranoid citizen. Do I even believe anything I see? So, but I'm sure we'll get to that. Thank you.
Absolutely. You just foreshadowed my next question. We're connected telepathically. Thank you. Please, you wanted to have a remark as well.
Thank you very much, and I think I'm happy that Daniel spoke before me, because in a way he gave me the possibility to enhance his message from different angle. It's a constitutional angle. So basically, it's very timing today, the debate, also because yesterday, as you might have seen, there was a report by NewsGuard according to which Russian disinformation narrative has infiltrated generative AI, and NewsGuard has found that leading chatbots repeat fabricated narrative from state-affiliated sites, clearly hidden as local news outlets. This is from a global point of view. What's happening in Europe is different. Different from many reasons. One is that YouTube and NewsGuard signed the code of practice against information. I was so lucky with the great support of Daniel at the European Commission and the Vice President Jourova to guide the exercise of writing of the code of practice against disinformation, where the basis is trust. Trust, I think it's a crucial keywords in the electoral moment, because if you don't trust digital agora, if you don't trust what's happening there, it's clearly a way to escape from duty and right for the citizen, that is the right to vote. So I think this is the first thing that is crucial, and in a way Europe is leading in this sense. And I remember the first strategy in 2018, it was very minimalist, meaning we do not have any legal basis in the treaty for fighting against disinformation. So there was basically a totally self-regulation approach that was a failure. The 2018 Code of Practice, it's a so-called Code of Practice because it was missing even the KPIs. So basically we tried to work with all the participants in order to do something that is moving very slowly, I don't want to appear too legalist, from self-regulation to co-regulation. In this Digital Services Act, it's a very important traveling compass because it's a transformation machine that can lead from the self-regulation to co-regulation. What does it mean in few words? It means that in order to have effective legislation, it's very important the public-private debate. It's very important the know-how of the industry, but it's also very important the enforcement by public powers. No? And so this is, I think, it's a good cocktail in Europe. If you think what's happening, is my last word, the United States, because I've been for the last year as NYU as a Fulbright scholar, there is a totally different situation for many reasons. But I will just mention two. The first one, that the issue is not always related to fundamental rights and, let's say, pluralism, but it's about I would say, the nightmare of external interference, as we heard before, in the electoral process. And basically, so this means it's a national security-based and non-fundamental rights-based. Then there is a second issue, that freedom of speech and Her Majesty's First Amendment doesn't allow any attempt to even not regulate, but touch the field of disinformation. And I will end with just a footnote. In June, basically in 2 weeks, there will be discussed in front of Supreme Court a case that in Europe will never be a case. Basically, according to some applicants, the fact that Biden administration simply warned the platform that in this period it could have been very dangerous to keep online disinformation. This, according to some applicants, it's a violation of free speech. Biden versus Missouri. You understand that if this is a starting point, and I hope the Supreme Court will not say this, will not conclude on this, it's very difficult to even think to something that will go beyond self-regulation. But they want to go beyond, but they are in a way slave of their inner contradiction. I'm not saying that Europe is a paradise. I'm saying that in Europe it's a good model to follow, but Bruxelles effect should be taken seriously, but with moderation, because then the digital imperialism is something else.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Does anyone else have? Yes, please, Otakar.
Just a small remark, because I have the advantage that nearly everything what is quite important was already said, so I nearly agree with everything. But what is quite necessary to mention is that even though we understand what is the problem and the problem was defined, we don't do enough to resist the negative changes in information environment. We know that the frustration, hatred, and fear is spreading much faster than anything else. And of course, this has a deep impact on the way how we vote. So even though we know what is the problem, the governments of small Central and Eastern European countries have very small impact on the environment itself. Digital Service Act was already mentioned because it's the way how European Union may at least regulate the negative externalities of the current information environment, but small European countries have very limited instruments how to work with the problem. So the solution is on European level, and it's not enough to say what is the problem. We have to be much more active. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those opening remarks, and you have opened up a whole can of worms with all the topics. Again, I would like to encourage everyone to join us in this debate, so please scan the Slido and ask your questions. I've got a kind of upcoming question exactly as Daniel foreshadowed, going a little bit wider, because we are talking about digital democracy, and if we look at what democracy actually means, it's from the Greek demos and kratos, which is the rule of the people. And if we look at people like Plato, who have written very dense texts like the Republic, the gist of it essentially is democracy is a rule of the people for the people, but the people are dumb. So he instead suggests a utopia that is governed by philosopher kings who basically make all the decisions. This idea of these historical utopias where basically society and the way it should be governed are dictated, that has happened and has been kind of studied for the last thousands of years. We have everything from Sir Thomas More utopia, Campanella's The City of the Sun, we have Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, we have the dream of the Red Chamber from the Qing dynasty in China. So the ideas of how society ideally should be run have existed for centuries and millennia. We might think that this is just a historical quirk, but actually with the rise of technology like Web3 and blockchain, and this is, I sense, the kind of hunger for transparency, how decisions are made, how information is kept, these social experiments have actually started to take a whole new speed in recent years. We actually have organizations like BitNation, Aragon, DAOstack, 4Colony, Democracy Earth, Decentraland, the VC Nation, which is a nation state which functions entirely in the cloud and whose governance is based on blockchain. Now, we are seeing that there is an erosion of trust in the institutions. We have an erosion of trust in information. A majority of the information online is going to be created by AI. There are suggestions for transparency that, for example, when a piece of information is generated, there's a record on blockchain which says when it was generated, by whom, to show basically the provenance, the information provenance. There is push towards governments to adopt blockchain in decision-making so people can track back when something has happened or when an algorithm suggested a certain piece of content, why it did that. So there's this push towards transparency, explainability. And I'm just curious how you see that being adopted or reflected in your respective fields of work, and how you feel that concretely we can rebuild that trust with the people so that we don't have to go down the road of Plato. Please, thank you.
So this will be the case when the question is much, much better than the reply. It's a great framing, and yeah, no, I don't want to spend too much time on the diagnosis, but I think it's important for the solution. I sometimes in my head I divide the problems into sources, channels, and targets, and we have malicious actors, as we mentioned here, that want to disrupt our society, don't like democracy. And increasingly it is seen as a security issue, these disorders. Then we have the channels and the technology that is being misused to manipulate. And with AI and new technologies, this becomes more scalable and less expensive. So that is an issue. And maybe an even bigger issue is that the information space is becoming, let's say, more instantaneous and more fragmented, while the Plato's democracy process is long and sequential. So it's not built for this kind of information environment. And when you have this model of matching user-generated content with engagement, and the predisposition of the targets of the people to interact more with negative and emotive news, you have research showing that. That's obviously an issue we have to deal with, and that is why we are working all together on guardrails. I don't believe that everything is caused by social media and by online platforms, but obviously, as Estelle also mentioned, self-regulation is not possible, and we have to do more also as governments. There is one more associated issue, and that's declining trust not only in institutions but also in media as institutions in a way. Yeah. And when we are predisposed to in a way interact not with facts but with emotive news, well, the facts are precisely what the journalists are trained to give to people. So another issue for this agora and Plato's idea, the whole purpose of what we're doing, I think, is that we ensure there's this public debate free of manipulation that is either driven by the malicious actors or by the system that provides perverse incentives to promote divisive content. The solutions vis-a-vis social media and online platforms, to save time, are indeed transparency and due diligence. There is no other sector that self-regulates itself, like banking sector also needs to go through some due diligence and risk assessment and risk mitigation process, and to keep the space tidy in a way. So this is what we did with the Digital Services Act, but I would say the digital toolbook reflects that we rolled out in this mandate of the Commission, reflects the fact that this is really a multi-layered problem composed of the role for the governments, role for social media, role for educators, role for parents. So there are several pillars where we try to put the rights back into the digital space, and where we try to return to the internet what the internet was first designed to do, and that is to bring more democracy, more conversations, more information, and this was a bit hijacked by the perverse incentive and by the malicious actors. So we have several pillars: protection of privacy with GDPR, we have protection of users' rights with the DSA, also saying what is illegal offline has to be illegal online, plus you need to look at the risks that your service is bringing to the society. You have the Media Freedom Act ensuring media independence. You have protection of competition to have contestable markets with the Digital Markets Act. You have the AI Act looking at high-risk use cases of AI in all of this. So there's a lot to be done, and one thing I've learned in the years that I've been working in this field is there's no silver bullet. We're living in a complicated world. We all have to sort of add our hands to the fight. But I feel that there is a growing consensus that this design-led solution and not content, not looking at content from the side of governments, is something where everybody has an understanding we need to do to, I don't want to sound poetic, but to heal the information space a little bit.
Thank you very much. Please, Leslie.
I just wanted to go back to what you said, because I think it is, to me, I think one of the biggest challenges of our time is figuring out and defining what societal norms are when people spend a fair amount of their time online, but exist obviously offline in their communities, in their countries, in their regions, and what those societal norms should look like, and how online norms should reflect the societal norms. But how do you do that in a manner that embraces and respects the cross-border nature of the internet, which was a core pillar of the internet, which was to connect people? How do you do that in a way that can be cross-border? How do you create norms that allow for those that maybe historically have been disenfranchised and have access and opportunities to share a point of view that otherwise may not have been, they may not have been able to share, and or find their own form of community based on their intrinsic traits or protected groups. And so there's components. I'm actually quite optimistic about the role that technology will play in affording people to find their communities, to share perspectives. But I absolutely agree that it must be with a set of norms. And I really appreciate over the years the conversations that companies like YouTube and Google have had with governments and policymakers, because oftentimes what I have found is the best outcome for a framework is a multi-stakeholder approach. And it must be, no one company should assume that it has all the answers or should singularly dictate the terms. We benefit greatly from input and frameworks, not just from governments, but from civil society and organizations and experts. And I think we're still making our way through that as multi-stakeholders, but I have heard, and I very much agree with it and appreciate that, but over the last handful of years, there's been a lot of progress made. There's always more to do. It's actually, one would think that we could anticipate all the ways in which nefarious actors want to drive a particular agenda or narrative. And so for us, for tech companies, and again, I'll just speak for YouTube specifically, what we have found is investing in systems and practices is the best way to address new threats at scale quickly. Because if we're only focusing on what may be any one type of content, we're going to always be reacting to things. Whereas if we build the infrastructure with a sense of, we need to make sure at the end of the day we are being responsible, we are adhering to the frameworks and norms that have been developed through multi-stakeholder processes, that is a way in which people could come to and rely on tech as a means to build resilience, digital literacy, sort of reemerge trust in institutions, while also demonstrating repeatedly that the areas in which we won't tolerate, and something that I mentioned before in terms of adversarial foreign actors and things of that nature. So I just wanted to say that I very much appreciate the multi-stakeholder approach that has been had, particularly in Europe. I think it's made all of us better and more informed.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There's actually a question that relates to that. I'll get to you in a second, but maybe you could include this in your answer if relevant. How can the different stakeholders, which is the public, private, and academia, work together better on online safety and, frankly, transparency, and what are the key obstacles in that regard as well? So in the case that you weren't going to tackle that, that's absolutely fine, but just in reaction to your answer, that is definitely something that interests the audience as well.
Well, I will also come to that at the point. My intervention will complete the previous ones from the angle of democracy. This was an angle of technology, but I would return back to democracy and the fundamentals of democracy, which are based on citizens, society, and state or governments. There is also a triangle, but this is a democratic triangle, which interferes in such way that is an organic transformation of all the three elements. And I think the major challenge to democracy this time, not a very specific issue related to democratic practices, but to democracy as a system, is the speed of transformation. Because the speed of transformation in technology is so fast and so massive in impact that the individual, the society, and even the state actors cannot follow. I would very much appreciate the capacity to anticipate the transformation, but as the judicial system in history was built on experience and not on forecast, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to keep on track with future. So my approach will be to be happy to keep on track with the present, because I think that is a very concrete element we need to deal with. And the challenge regarding to individuals and citizens is to be better informed and to know how to select the information. With regard to society, how to be active and participative. And to the governments, how to intervene. So my answer to this systemic approach is that, one, we need to be resilient. Second answer is education. And third answer is regulation. So that will be my definition in correspondence with the democratic system, not in correspondence with the technology or other actors which were described before. So it is resilience, which is both valid for individual, society, and state actors. Education, which is valid primarily for citizens and community. That's why we speak about smart cities, smart communities, smarter, intelligent citizens. And thirdly, it is regulation which comes in on the state responsibility. So if these three elements will be organically connected, I think we will keep on track with the transformation. And I think, and I will conclude with that, the major challenge is to keep on track with a rapid and massive digital transformation, which impacts all society, economic, socially, politically, democracy, you name it, but nothing can escape from this fast-track transformation.
Thank you very much. Would you like to? Yes.
Thank you very much. Just a footnote to this. I think that we have some lessons that should be learned from the past. No? This is something that it's happened, it's a kind of abuse narrative. AI and new technology should learn from the lesson and the mistake that's been done when the internet was born. But I just want to say something a little bit different. The issue related to which are the risks of automation emerged before AI explosion and before generative AI. I don't know if you remember March or April 2020. I'm sure you remember, because there were difficult periods for everybody, and also for clearly the platforms, and also for the workers of the platform that should have stayed home. No? And there was an abused, a simplified narrative according to which workers stayed home and the information goes down. What does it mean? It means basically that the platform themselves learned, I think in that period, that it's always more important the human moderation, the human-based moderation. Automation, it's important, but it could not be clearly the only key. Then clearly AI amplified this problem because it's based on computer power, data, and automation. But we knew already that was something related to the center of the human, not in the corner, but as a basic of European democracy. No? This, I think, is crucial. Now, how we can do it? It's not an easy answer, because if you look at the AI, it's clearly the automation system that is putting a little bit the human in the corner. Which could be the answer? The answer is, I think, the best practice that also industry is showing in order to focus, to invest on human moderation. Now there is another problem from a constitutional point of view. I think it's important. Who is the best human being equipped to do what Calabresi would call tragic choice, meaning balancing between fundamental rights? Should be a public power, it should be a private powers. This is not an easy question. Even the Court of Justice in the famous or infamous Google Spain in 2014, with a very good intention, meaning trying to let emerge a new right, the right to be forgotten, what it did, it was delegated to a private power the competence to balance between a right to be forgotten on the one hand, a right to be informed on the other. So if you look at also the DSA, with all the due difference, the risk assessment exercise is a difficult one, because it provides accountability, but it also provides clearly internal choice, internal balancing of private parties that in general, in a rule of law, are done by public authorities. I know that there are no other solutions. I understand this is the best possible scenario in a realistic world, but we should be aware of the risks that maybe the industry didn't want to run, but they are forced to do on the one hand, but from the public institution there are not other possibility than cooperation. And then we come back to the key word, trust. Because if there is no trust between public and private, all this system, it's falling down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Otakar?
I don't want to repeat my previous speech, but the basic idea is still the same. When we see that something is getting wrong, and it is, we see that our societies are going down in the understanding of positive values because of the let's say, very low trust. And you mentioned that. And that is the problem, because democracy is based on trust. And the basic question is, do we do enough for trust? We don't. When we will speak about AI, and I hope that we will, does the AI subject the right to vote? It doesn't. Definitely, I think that it's clear. But does AI the right for freedom of speech? It doesn't. But in the very near future, we will see that the majority, maybe more than 95% of information in the public domain will be generated by AI. And as I mentioned, we as a state, we don't have instruments because we don't have data. This is something that is crucial for any kind of governance or regulation. I know that regulation is ugly word, but we know that from 19th century industry has to be regulated, and we still have industry. So even though it's ugly word, we need it. And but when we want to regulate something, and DSA is something what is quite necessary, but it's again it's not enough. But when we want to regulate something, we need to know what is the statistics, what are the big data and so on. And when we speak for the government, we don't have anything like that. So when we want to do something positive, we need you. And this is something what is, let's say, deeply against the government mentality, that we need something from, let's say, non-public environment for our basic regulation. And this is something what is such strange change that mostly no governmental officials don't want to speak about it, because then we have to confess that we know just a little for any kind of, let's say, regulation or just a resolution. So we need a completely new model of cooperation with your company or with internet giants when we speak about the new information environment. And to be fair, we don't have nothing like that because our discussion is based, let's say, on our will, on your will, and or voluntary activity and on your social responsibility. But it's, to be fair, in business, social responsibility is something what is very expensive. So are we ready to pay for that? We don't know. And currently, we have only one thing which is completely sure, that we didn't do our job because the society is really going down. And we know that the situation will be worse in the next few, maybe 5, maybe 10 years. But Russians, and especially Chinese, know very well what is going on. And they have much better data, they have much better understanding of what's going on. So I don't want to be skeptic, but we have to change our basic understanding of the problem. And the current problem is, from the government level, we know nearly nothing.
Thank you very much. You mentioned AI, definitely. Again, thank you for foreshadowing the next part of the debate. Again, I'll do a slight introduction to the next segment because you had a lot of questions come in. I think that what we heard from all of your talks and contributions is that there is a huge schism in the fact that something's clearly wrong, right? We've established that something's not quite right, whether it's the mistrust of authorities, civilizational collapse, if you will, something's not quite right. And on the other hand, we have the desire to fix it, but we don't necessarily know how to do that. There's a few questions that actually allude to this. A lot of them link to the freedom of speech, again, to the concept of trust, and how to actually set the course in the right way so that the rules and regulations or next steps that we implement don't do more harm than good. So concretely, just so I can read your contributions, the most popular question was, how do you find balance between addressing the spread of disinformation while protecting freedom of speech, which again, since Magna Carta in 1215 has been a huge kind of cornerstone of Western democracy. How do you convince millions of EU citizens to trust? We talk about trust, but how do you actually force it upon people? Isn't this a sign of deteriorating governance? We also have, how should EU legislation be adapted to protect digital democracy and the most urgent steps to make. And something that is really interesting, and I think that kind of goes to the whole holier than thou sentiment that might have been echoed, is a recent Reuters journalistic investigation into how the Pentagon led a disinformation campaign against China, with the result being several thousands of Philippine deaths because it was an anti-vaxxing propaganda, basically. And it was fake news. It just happened to come from the Pentagon. So I think that us humans are irrational, scheming animals, regardless of which side of the political spectrum you're on. And we're also producing an unholy amount of data every day, every second. It's petabytes, petabytes, huge amounts of data that are being produced, and we don't necessarily make the sense of it. We spoke about it a little bit yesterday with, for example, the health sector, where if you want access to your patient data, good luck, because one hospital has anywhere close to 10 to 15 databases, so it's difficult to even get access to very basic data that we're producing. I would like to ask you, kind of synthesize all these questions and ask you, what are the next steps in terms of regulation? There has been the AI Act that has come in very recently, and I would like to be as concrete as possible, because there's people from the public sector, there's people from the private sector who are lost in the landscape. So what should they do in their respective companies or in their respective state sector departments to make sure that at least the transparency and the data integrity is as close as possible, so that we can regain this trust of the people? Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll actually weigh in on part of this, but I really am going to be interested in my fellow panelists' views on this. I actually think one of the things we could do is assess what has happened so far in 2024 as it relates to the elections that have already occurred. So there are so many citizens around the globe who are going to the polls in very large population countries. They've already gone through acts of elections, whether it is in India or Indonesia. There's just so many countries that have already made their way through this year, where people were suggesting, including we were making sure inside the company we were prepared for the concerns that, oh my gosh, in a year of significant elections, it just happens to coincide with the emergence of step change in technology with Gen AI. And is anybody prepared for this? It could have, there was concerns about how cataclysmic it may be. Now, we certainly have another 6+ months to make our way through. There's multiple other elections at the national and local levels, I am aware of, across Europe, but also in other countries. But I'd actually encourage us to contemplate what has potentially worked well so far as it relates to preserving a core, one of the most core components of a democracy, which is the act of elections. What were the positive components? We can learn from it. I think, Daniel, you referenced a couple of things. It was a framework that was put together in advance. It's not certainly limited to what the companies may have done better than years past. It's certainly because, again, of what other parts of the core pillars of society have put in place. But we're only halfway through a really pivotal year, and I would encourage us to take stock of not just where there is room for improvement, but also what may have actually worked well that we could stare at and learn from that perspective as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll try to be a good panelist and answer concretely three things that you mentioned. And I really want to address the issue of free speech. That seems to be quite important, I think in the Czech Republic much more than elsewhere. And a couple of remarks. I think doing nothing and letting the information space be manipulated is not freedom of speech. That's my first remark. Second, Mr. Foltin is saying this is not enough. We have other people saying you're censoring and pressuring the companies, you're doing too much. So there's no absolute, I mean, we're on the frontiers of balancing various fundamental rights, and this will be difficult, and this is always going to be iterative. the overall, I think, consensus is we have to do more, and we built, I believe, a good toolbox that now needs to be implemented. And it's pretty fresh. Yeah? I'll say a few words about the DSA as well. The third remark, and that relates also to your question or the remark on, or somebody's remark on AI and freedom of speech. The right to say something is a fundamental right in the Charter, but the content being distributed and amplified through algorithms virally to the society is not a fundamental right. It's basically a business choice of the service provider. So I think we should always keep this in mind. I think the debate will be about what impact AI has on various rights and freedoms. I think in the end we have to come to the conclusion that AI as such doesn't have freedom of speech. But our approach, again, is not content-based. We didn't bring with the DSA or other things new divisions of what is illegal, what is not illegal. We're asking the companies to treat illegal content as illegal content is treated offline. There is no California 90s situation where internet is above the law. And then we basically, with the DSA, we say, especially if you're a very large online platform, you need to assess the risks. Is my platform safe for mental health of children? Is my platform safe for election integrity? There is now a legal obligation, it's fresh, so it needs to come to life, to assess and mitigate those risks. And besides that, the second type of obligation is to have a content moderation system, to be able to react, to engage with the users. And we have in place these codes that Oreste worked on that bring together the platforms, civil society, the governments, and the media and technology providers to fill this with life, to have risk mitigation measures that are agreeable to all. I also agree fully with the resilience point, because maybe we focus too much sometimes on detection and the reactions. I mean, in the end, we're not going to have fake-free internet, and we need to inoculate the people to a new normal, which is simply a higher volume of false narratives and malicious actors that will try to game the system and the environment. On AI, I think the problem is twofold. One, on the production side, so scalable and very cheap and personalized disinformation being produced that is indistinguishable to the people to recognize that this is not genuine content, and then the distribution aspect again. And that's, I think, a big responsibility of the platforms. There I see some positive movement. There again are codes. There was a Davos meeting, I think, in January, which YouTube also signed up to, and Microsoft and others, where there is a pledge to label and watermark AI, which I think is going to be extremely difficult for text and audio and video. But I think that looking at content provenance and trustworthiness of sources is the basis for whatever we do next. So I don't want to predict what happens in terms of legislation. Personally, I think we should now focus mainly on enforcing the legislation we have, and we have two serious investigations on X and TikTok, and you will see that this will create, I think, new norms, and this will move things. But I think we may move towards looking deeper into content provenance and this labeling and letting not only people understand why they see what they see, but also the governments to be able to understand what's happening in the information space.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, you wanted to go next.
Yeah, thank you. And I would like just to add something that might sound a little bit stupid, banal, maybe it is, but it's related to the constitutional framework in Europe. Because in Europe, we have European values, we have common constitutional traditions. I believe in common constitutional tradition. I don't believe in Europe as a fortress and not a digital fortress. For sure, Europe needs to have interconnected bridge, but we should focus on European constitutional values. And if we look at the European constitutional values, we discover something very simple. Freedom of speech can be exercised, but cannot be abused. We have this concept, it's not so complicated, it's called abuse of rights, that is in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, in the European Convention, is absolutely a constitutional blasphemy in the United States. What does it mean? It means simply that there is a codification of limits when you speak not only of freedom of speech, but every other fundamental right as as a codified limitation. What does it mean? Something very clear, obvious, that there is no right that is absolute right, but there is an exercise of balancing. How you do it? You have, again, a roadstar, Article 53 of the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, principle of proportionality. So it should be the less restrictive alternative test. How I can restrict that right in a way that I restrict at least the other conflicting rights. So we have this constitutional framework in Europe, and we should be faithful to this framework. It's obvious that the United States, we need a transatlantic bridge. This is obvious. How we build a transatlantic bridge? Also in the United States, something is changing. Basically, nobody believes in a pure free marketplace of ideas. What does it mean? It means something that was very, let's say, à la mode last centuries, that in order to have the most competitive markets, it's important to inject false and true ideas. And then the market itself will have the possibility to heal, to correct. We do not believe in the fairy tales anymore. But also the United States do not believe in the fairy tales anymore. This does not mean an intrusive approach of public powers. This means, first of all, a trust between public and power, and maybe co-regulation. But again, starting with the European constitutional values, because we cannot betray that values, but we not also build a fortress without interconnected bridge. Why? Because otherwise we have a legislation that maybe is hypertrophic, maybe not, but for sure it might not be very useful because it's not effective. The enforcement gives the measures of how a legislation is useful. It's not how well written it is, but how enforced in a truly way it is. This is the degree in which you measure the impact of a legislation in Europe and outside Europe. Bruxelles effect overloaded.
Thank you very much. I'd like to specify my first question to Christian and Otakar as well. There are still questions coming in. How can we strengthen people's confidence in the system? Is there any plan how to deal with this problem of basically the mistrust on when a piece of information is let through and when it's not, how to balance kind of freedom of speech and regulation? It's interesting because Web 2 also, thanks to recommendation algorithms, has slipped into the sense that attention equals value, not necessarily that value equals value. And we are living in a bit of a technological crisis in that sense, is that you can post rage content, like rage bait content online, and you're going to get hateful clicks and hateful comments, but you've got to get them, and you're going to be bumped up the algorithm. So what are the regulations and what are the next steps that we can build in terms of transparency or education, which you mentioned, which is a fantastic point, to make sure that people know why they're being served the information that they're being served and that nothing is being withheld from them, because that uncertainty is then a breeding ground for conspiracy theories, etc. So how do we deal with this information provenance that was already fantastically mentioned by Daniel?
Well, I will reiterate that I come from the Institute for Freedom and Democracy, and I will not abandon that for any regulation theory. I do respect and accept theory. Regulation. We all live our lives under certain regulation, but we do not need to focus on regulation. Because once we focus on regulation, then who sets the limit and the border to the freedom of speech? And it's not about only freedom of speech, how about freedom of conscience? I mean, when and who decides what is right or what is wrong? Who decides what is truth or not truth? That is the question, which is about morality, it's about ethics. So when we talk about regulation, we need to also to consider who does this. Regulations. Who are the invested people to set these regulations, and how do they represent the truth? Which is a very philosophical question. I know that might not answer the very technical and concrete questions which are posed, but finally this is how it was in the humanity history. It was always the same. Now we have a different challenge. In the Inquisition time, science was forbidden because it was not a factor of progress, seen by a part of the leading of the society. So what is now going to happen with this? My answer is simple. Confusion is clear. We do not have a very clear set of regulations because we do not know what the future brings in a very exact sense, and we do not have the exact institutions which are empowered by the same people to defend their freedom of speech and of conscience. So just talking about regulation, I think it is leading nowhere, because we will be stuffed in a big picture of regulations, but people will still find their way. So what we need to understand that people are free, they are free to speak, they are free to think, and they are free to express. So somehow we need to handle with this reality. On the other side, from the democratic point of view, just talking about regulations is not a democratic process as such, to my understanding. We need also to balance and to have the set of norms which are regulated our physical life, transported into the virtual life. And in this way, we need to be resilient somehow. We do not, I do not believe that someone has a very clear answer to what future brings. What we need to be constantly educating and constantly adjusting and adapting ourselves to the new realities. Regulations should be a synergetic form of resulting from the intersection between individual, society, and governance. It is nobody a supreme force which will decide what is right and what is wrong. And in this sense, we need also to consider the geopolitical perspective. Because what is fake news in some part of the world, in other is not working, and what is an intention to manipulate in some part of the world, in other is not working. So we have to see the differences and the nuances. Because if you are in Republic of Moldova or in Romania, in the proximity of the war in Ukraine, you see completely different the things that you see in Portugal or Spain, where you are not at all affected, directly, indirectly, yes, by the war consequences. So we need to be very nuanced, because it's a multifaceted problem, and I think there is not an answer, and I encourage everybody to enlarge the discussion and to put all these issues in front, and maybe we can organically create a common answer, but I don't believe there is one having the answer, as I don't believe there is only one having the truth.
Thank you very much. Otakar, and actually, Leslie, how we mentioned AI, and I'd really like to get closer to that topic. We had the AI Act that has taken place. We have kind of the requirements of the local versus global, both of businesses, but also kind of interpretations of historical events and social happenings, etc. How can we use AI to kind of balance those global versus local requirements of information and transparency, and yet enforce those regulations? Like, what is your opinion on that?
My view, and one that I know across Google and YouTube, we actually firmly believe in, and if you were to see the things that we have even just rolled out as it relates to AI in the last 18 months since Gen AI became a topic at everybody's dinner tables, is AI can be used as a force of good to be responsible at scale. And an example of this is, and there was a comment earlier about perhaps maybe only humans may be the best at addressing content moderations, and humans play the most critical role. But to catch content at scale quickly before it causes harm, there is a reliance on classifiers, on machine learning and AI. So an example of this where I think AI can be a force for good in making sure that we are being responsible is for YouTube, when we update or expand or iterate our content policies. So the company's always had rules of the road, things we will not tolerate on our platform. But those content policies are not meant to be static. They have to be agile to adapt to the landscape around us. So when we are reviewing those content policies and determining whether or not they're fit for purpose, that is absolutely a human exercise. But in order for us to have some level of precision about actually catching that content on the platform effectively, we rely on machine learning. We rely on AI, where the humans have created the definitions, the enforcement guidelines, the content policies. We move it to machines to catch the content at scale. We bring back with a wide net the content, and then humans review it to see if there's precision in the way that the machines and AI are actually capturing this content. We'll fine-tune the policy or enforcement guideline, and then it goes back to the machines and AI to actually capture this at scale. And so an example for us, and I'd certainly welcome a follow-up on your points about transparency, on a quarterly basis, and this is transparent, every quarter YouTube issues a report that summarizes the total number of videos that we remove because they violated our policy. Let's say that in the last quarter it was around 8 million. Of those 8 million videos, over 90% were caught by machines versus human flaggers. That is a necessary component to be a safer platform, is to allow for technology itself to actually get at this content. And on average, quarter over quarter, what we're seeing is well over 2/3 to 3/4 of that content that machines caught first versus human flags. 2/3 to 3/4 of that content is removed with less than 10 views, because it's actually important to remove it before the harm has occurred by people consuming it. And there's more that we're doing. It's in terms of how are we spotting whether or not content is synthetically altered to be realistic, making sure that we have disclosures on the videos or underneath the videos. How do we make sure these classifiers are not taking weeks or months to be precise? But with the improvements around AI and large language models, turning that into days and even hours at times. So I see it as just as important in being responsible as it is in general innovation and features and things of that nature.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Leslie. Please.
I have just 58 seconds, so I will try that. I absolutely agree. If we want to manage the problem, the amount of information is such huge that the only one solution is AI. That's clear. ethically and legally, we know how to do that because in my former career, I am a soldier. And I know that, for example, when we speak about autonomous systems, we already work with that and we know how to use it with all the ethical and legal regulations and so on. So we have very similar ethical and legal regulation in military area, which is, let's say, we work with fatal instruments. So we can use these ethical norms, but what we need is will. And the question is, do we have the will?
Thank you very much. And that was a very punchy ending, unfortunately, to our panel. We have opened huge topics that philosophers of the last 2,000 years couldn't necessarily solve. But I think we got a lot closer thanks to our hour and a quarter that we just had here. To very quickly summarize, we have content consumers, we have content creators, and we have people in the middle who are trying to make our society work, whether that's the state or the private sector, or just everyday citizens. There is a fundamental distrust going on in that matrix right now. And the very clear thing is that people want transparency and they want to be able to make their own decisions. And what we need to do is to make sure that we safely, but also very, very transparently and clearly and simply communicate what we're doing to that information. So provenance of information, and I think the fusion of, for example, blockchain and AI-generated content is something that is on the horizon. We have Web3 that is on the horizon, where the attention does not necessarily equal value. We have a tendency towards decentralization of both the computing systems and of the way that technology and information is organized and distributed across the globe. But I think that what we can all agree on is, and allow me to quote my very favorite Captain Nemo from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea by Jules Verne, is that we can brave human laws, but we cannot resist natural ones. So we humans are fundamentally irrational chimpanzees with iPhones, and we need to face up to that reality, and we need to make sure that all the information around us is as transparent, as safe as possible, so we can make data-driven decisions and not those necessarily based on just instinct. And that is the way that we can preserve our society, and digital democracy can help in that, whatever that means to each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. You've been absolutely fantastic. And thank you to all of you for a very riveting discussion on Slido as well. Give them all a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I'll shake your hands as well. Such a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're 2 minutes over time, but it's fine because we were 2 minutes over time last time, so we needed to use the full time available to us. We now have the next panel, which is happening immediately after, so let's have a look at what is in store for us, please. AI was a hot topic mentioned in the last panel, and we're going to continue into this panel as well. It is called AI, Robots and Humans, a New Era of Professions. And I would please like to ask all of the attendees of this panel to come and join me on the podium. Thank you. Hi. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I think. If we could please just ask for, as much as we love them, we need to put the new team in place. Hello, welcome. Hi. Yeah. Hi. So, while we wait for the scenery to change, allow me just briefly introduce our esteemed panel. The moderator is going to be Lukáš Benzel, yes, fantastic, who is the director for the Czech Association of Artificial Intelligence. Sorry, I don't have the photos and my photographic memory is awful. So, you all now know where to sit. I wish you a very pleasant panel, and please keep those discussions coming in through Slido, even if you're online. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to today's panel discussion titled AI, Humans and Robots, or sorry, AI, Robots and Humans, Robots First, a new era of professions. And I believe that the discussion will be really interesting. And we have some wonderful speakers here, and I strongly believe that the best way how to introduce someone is to let them to introduce themselves. So if you can briefly introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Gilles Lassévia. I'm a labor market economist at the OECD. We are based in Paris. In my team, we do research on what skills will be needed in the future, and in particular, how megatrends such as AI, but also aging societies and climate change, so how these megatrends will affect the demand and the supply of skills, and how adult learning systems should be adapted in response.
Next one, please.
Yeah. My name is Offer Breyer. I'm a chief scientist of a company in Toronto that is using AI to transform a speed of transformation in organizations using different technologies.
Josef, take the microphone, please.
Okay. It's my turn now. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Josef Holý. I'm from Prague, and I'm a technologist by nature. In the last several years, focusing on the impacts of digital technologies on our brains, individuals, and whole societies. I'm running a podcast in Czech language, which is called Canaries in the Net, and also have an honor to lead a lecture called Hacking the Mind at the Czech Technical University in Prague.
And Honza?
Hello, my name is Jan Macháček. I'm not a technology guy. I'm chairman of the board of the Institut for Politics and Society, columnist for Lidové noviny, and also an advisor to the president, etc. So I do touch on AI sometimes in my columns.
And my name is Lukáš Benzel. I'm the managing director of the Czech Association of Artificial Intelligence, Česká asociace umělé inteligence, and I will be your host today. So, start easy, okay? Let's take it easy. Start with very simple but personal question. How or do you even use AI in your profession, and how? Over.
I'm using AI as well as our team to think. We calculate different aspects of thinking, from critical thinking, which is very essential in this world. We are tracking biases of our own words and thoughts, and we are figuring out whether what we say is correct or not correct. Is it a fact or is it an assumption? I use AI 16 hours a day, different models, different systems. ChatGPT was the first one. What we did, we've enlarged it into the point that it can learn you as a human, understand me as a person, and allow me to think better with my own thoughts.
Julie?
Yes, so I use AI marginally, I would say. Mostly, so my job entails writing a lot of reports. So I use mainly ChatGPT to help me in some language tasks. So for a very specific language task, ChatGPT does not replace me in writing the report, but rather it helps me finding synonyms, for instance. So this is the main use that I do, I would say, consciously. But I think we also all use AI in an unconscious way. So for instance, most of us all have some automatic classification systems of our emails into spam and non-spam, for instance, and this uses some sort of AI or machine learning technology. And I think it's important that we are all becoming aware that AI use is not only always conscious and decided by the individual, but sometimes it is imposed on us by the software that we use.
Okay, my turn now. So, of course, I do use AI on a daily basis. We all do in our daily lives. We have been using AI as a society for the last 15 years at least in the form of recommendation systems in the online platforms. And we have seen proliferation of the technology across industries in different domains. Most recently, of course, we are talking about generative AI, so that's what I've been using more and more as well, especially for analysis and for doing my own research, for my own work, let it be for the university or for the podcast, and also building some solutions which can help people in daily life. So for sure, and I recommend everyone to try it, definitely.
Jan?
Okay, as my predecessor said, we all are using some simple form of AI in all these digital platforms, and social networks are somehow also already manipulated by algorithms. But if my main profession is still to work in the media, to write articles, and especially analysis and opinionated opinions, so in this space we are fortunately, and in this I'm skeptic, still not use AI, definitely not for writing, but I can imagine that at some point, if there is some very boring but somehow important press conference, it can be absorbed by some kind of artificial intelligence. But the question is, who's going to read such articles? Maybe another artificial intelligence only. I cannot imagine. In this respect, I'm quite skeptical that humans would enjoy reading articles written by artificial intelligence. Maybe I'm mistaken, but there is a lot of space in wider context of our profession, definitely in research, in fact-checking, data mining, and a lot of other things. But I still hope we will not use artificial intelligence for writing opinions.
Thank you very much for your answers. The great point is that we all use AI, even though we don't know that sometimes, but if you use internet or your smartphone, you use AI. And this panel discussion is titled AI, Robots and Humans. And I believe that we can agree that AI is somehow changing how we work or how we will work. And my first, a little bit difficult question is, what skills do you believe will be most critical for individuals, like in the next years or in upcoming decade? What's most important to stay relevant on the job market? Over.
So first of all, critical thinking would be the most important skill, because you don't know how you're being manipulated by the data that you get from AI.
Is it possible to learn critical thinking?
If you start at the age of 3, yes. Okay. So, because it must be a natural habit, not a knowledge. However, we solve business problems for companies, very complex problems. Usually those problems are being fixed by 10 people working for 3 months in order to solve. We solve them in 1 hour. We don't use only generative AI, but we use different models, and generative AI was one of them. So let me give you an example. When I go to a bookstore, and I love to read books, I have like 20,000 books, and when I want to read a book, usually you take the cover, you look at the cover, you look at the back, you look a little bit inside. So, oh, that's a nice book. Really? Well, I use another platform when I go to the bookstore. I take a picture of it. I'm asking some platform to analyze the book inside, because every book is also online. So if I use Perplexity, and I can ask Perplexity, summarize the book for me now, here are some questions I have about the book, from inside the book. When I'm satisfied using my abilities to understand, then I will make decision to buy or not to buy the book, right? Most people will look at the cover. Most people will, maybe I know the writer, maybe I don't. But what's in it? So I can look inside the book in very high speed and analyze it. Then I can take that and create assumptions, whether it's useful for me or not. How do you create assumptions? Well, in generative AI, you can create assumptions by using a model. There's mental models that help you to create assumptions. People can sit in a room and say, oh, I assume that, well, I'm sorry, I have only 50 assumptions written while you are thinking about one. Some people sit in a room and say, you know, I have a question for you. And I say, on my computer, I have already a list of 75 questions related to the subject, and I can choose. So AI can be used on purpose, not just by mistake, in order to accelerate the human brain. And that's what I'm doing in order to become really smart. But I'm learning how to talk to the machine, how to argue with the machine, how to disagree with the machine, how to contradict the messages. I'm not using this as a tool. I'm using it as a brain. That's the difference.
Julie, do you agree that the most important thing to stay relevant in the job market is to learn how to think critical?
Yes, so critical thinking for sure, judgment, some sense of, yes, analysis, fine analysis are critical. But these are not the only skills that will be needed. So at the OECD, when we look at the skills that will be needed for AI, we distinguish between 3 types of jobs. So the first type of job we look at is are jobs in which workers have to develop the AI system. So these are very technical jobs, and these workers need specialized AI skills that are at the intersection between programming, statistics, and database management. But these workers, they also need, what you said, critical thinking, they also need broader skills, cognitive skills, such as problem solving, but also some social skills and transversal skills, such as management or sense of collaboration, to be able to manage AI projects and to work in teams. The second type of jobs we look at are jobs in which workers will have to use AI. So they do not develop the application, but they will have to interact with the AI applications. And for that, they need some digital skills, but actually at a pretty basic level. So they only need to be able to manipulate a smartphone to interact with the AI application, or to manipulate a computer. But these workers also need some elementary knowledge of AI at very basic level to understand the output of the AI application and to critically reflect, as you mentioned, to critically reflect on the output and to understand what action to make. And a third category of workers that I would like to mention here that are often overlooked are managers and business leaders. So in order for them to be able to integrate AI in their company in a trustworthy way, in an ethical way, they also need some elementary knowledge of AI, and this should not be forgotten. They need to know what AI is, what AI can do, what AI cannot do, the benefits of using AI in the company, but also the risks that are associated to AI adoption. To sum up, I think that what is clear is that the change in skills that will be needed is much broader than just very technical skills. And in general, the demand for high-skilled workers will increase. And actually, we already see this happening. If we surveyed firms in 7 countries, sorry, 4,000 firms in 7 countries. And when we ask them how AI adoption has changed their demand for skills, they say that yes, AI adoption has increased the importance of having highly skilled workers.
Thank you very much. Josef, if you can answer, but from the point of view of an IT expert, because we very often read that AI is not a technological challenge, that the technological skills will not be needed, because it's, you know, more about more disciplines, soft skills, and so on. So what's your opinion from the view of an IT expert?
So at first I would like to underline what was said here, definitely. Critical thinking, when you think about it, we are going through a paradigm shift in terms of how we perceive ourselves and how we perceive our work and how, you know, the work will be done. It's an information revolution now, it's finally catching up, and now we are running on the exponential, basically, change, right? We've been, for the last 30 years, it looks like we've been waiting for this moment to happen. So anything what is related to our brains processing information for our own good, let it be critical thinking, information literacy, media literacy, and all those skills are definitely necessary. I would like to add to that, to your question. Given the fact that AI is a general purpose technology, that means that it will basically dissolve into different aspects of the society. Look at what Apple has introduced, right? It will become sort of invisible. It will become part of our workflows on our iPhones, on our mobile phone, on our computers, in intranets of companies, etc. So you will be interacting with AI without necessarily you know, it shouting into your face that it's AI, right? So from that point of view, the nature of work will change because we will be more efficient. And definitely this technology-driven change requires us humans to maintain our dignity, our human nature, which will need to be redefined clearly, because we thought that we are the most creative intelligences on planet Earth, but now when you look at ChatGPT, clearly you can get pretty good creative results out of it.
Some people still think that, you know.
I know, but they should learn prompting and try to do some creative stuff there. But so basically, for us to thrive and to get over that paradigm shift, which I spoke about, it's necessary to learn to definitely focus on soft skills like social skills, etc. But when I advise to companies how to go through digital transformation, the key aspect of digital transformation and for working with AI is agility. Agility in a business sense, that you iterate, measure, and all that stuff. That's what we learn through, you know, agile frameworks, etc. But also being agile in our own minds, you know, not expecting that we will spend next 20 years in the same job. We will, most of us probably will not. And to foresee what kind of jobs will emerge is impossible because that's behind the event horizon. So that's why we need to be agile to be able to adapt. So agility and adaptability, change of our thinking, which may be difficult from a certain age, etc., I admit. But these are, I think, the critical skills for the next 5-10 years.
Jan, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I think we can add to, I agree that it's about critical thinking, but also about creativity. But I have certain doubts about that we all know or can agree about what critical thinking is. It's once again a very fashionable term, and it's similar like with this fashionable fight with disinformation. You often have NGOs full of very young people who are teaching people how to find disinformation, and similarly you have NGOs consisting of very young, inexperienced people teaching critical thinking, and I have certain doubts that they really know what critical thinking is, so we have to be sure that we can and are able to define critical thinking. I think it's very important, like an example that you hold certain opinions and you are always able not only to question other people's opinions critically, but to always to be able to question your own opinions critically and from all possible angles. And to an extent, it's not only a matter of intelligence, it's very often a matter of character, and very few people are talented or born with these genes. It also has to do with the need to be during your life career to withstand the pressure, to be a provocateur, to be a rebel, to be an outsider into an extent. And we all know that in the history of technological progress, you have a lot of progress which is being pulled by or promoted by people who often were fired from different corporations, they were often fired from universities, and they were quite rebellious. But from their point of view, it could be also considered that they had problems because they had critical thinking. And similarly, it goes for creativity. Some people believe that artificial intelligence is already creative, that it can hallucinate. We know that it can hallucinate, so it can also be creative. But there is creative and creative. Like it can be something can feel like a very empty kitsch or something like kind of a general
that's right.
creativity without nothing, and then there is a real creativity. Like, but I don't want to be too long. Sorry.
If you try to Google something like AI and impact on job market, you will definitely see some of clickbait headlines that are like, AI will take your job, you will lose your job, there's no need to work in the future. So my next question is, what are some common misconceptions about AI and its impact on jobs that you encounter in your profession or in your work, please?
I don't see how AI can take my job. I do see, and I can prove it on thousands of our users, that it's extending your abilities to do more jobs. Now, the problem is how fast can you learn the new jobs that you're using while using AI? So I don't think, like, let's say a civil servant today can answer, I don't know, to reply to 10 calls per day, 20 calls per day. With some AI manipulation and some skills, I can answer 100 people per day, right? So I can do more. Or I can do one thing at my work, or I can give to the citizens more new services that I can use AI in order to create those new services, because it extends the abilities of humanity. And we do it with like thousands of people every day. You know, we see how people are extending their abilities, and you know what? They work more than before, and they need to understand better how to utilize the brain to be in a multifaceted model. When it says like you have to be capable of in many areas, but because AI can produce 1,000 ideas per minute, how do you make a choice? How do you know what's right and wrong? That's why critical thinking is an essence of it. But what we see, and I'll give you an example, okay? As a VP of sales in one of the largest companies in Canada came to us and said, you know, my people grew their sales by 50% since they've used the AI, because we helped them to adopt AI, right? 50% more. So maybe I'm thinking, he said, I can lay off some people because 100 people can do 150 times 100% of work, and I can lay them off. And the only question I had for him, why don't you hire 100 more people that can do 150% sales? It will not take jobs. It provides you the abilities as long as you're an adaptive person, as long as you understand how the machine works, how does it think, and how to make the best use of it. You can be 10 times more brilliant and more capable and more productive with AI, which means we can give more to society for the same cost.
Julie?
Yeah, so I completely agree with you, Lucas, that in a public debate, there are fears that AI will lead to a jobless future. Are these fears justified or not? Well, let's look at the data. And when we look at the data, we see that AI hasn't had any significant effect on employment so far. So in a survey that I mentioned previously of these 4,000 employers in 7 different countries, we asked them, what was the impact of AI in your company on the number of jobs? And half of them said it had no effect. And the other half of employers were more or less equally divided between those saying it has increased employment or it has decreased employment. So all in all, on aggregate, it is not clear that AI will lead to job destruction. At least this is not what the data say to date. Now, why is it the case? Why these fears are not justified? Well, there could be 2 complementary explanations. And 2 explanations that would make us say that the impact of employment might be larger in the future. The first reason is that in general, employers prefer to let staff go through voluntary quits or retirements. They are a bit reluctant to fire people in mass. They rather rely on natural attrition of the company. So this means any employment effect through this channel might take a while to materialize. Another reason is that at the time of the study, at least, I think in 2021, AI adoption was still pretty low. It was before this like massive adoption of generative AI. But as AI adoption becomes more widespread worldwide, we may see an impact on employment that will be higher. Now, will the effect be positive or negative? Again, this is not clear. As you said, AI and generative AI helps workers being more productive. Does it mean that this impact of productivity will translate into the same number of workers producing more output, or the same number of outputs produced by a lower number of workers? This is, again, not clear.
Josef?
Again, I will underline most of what was said here. I would like to stress out that basically that choice, right, where it gives a huge potential for being more efficient. So the question for business leaders is whether you want to basically generate the same value with less people, or generate more value with the same number of people. And every business,
more people,
or even more people, exactly. Plus, and good business now. Basically, maybe this will, give us, this will basically select the good business leaders from the bad ones, right? Because those who will just go the way of the automation, they will eventually get commoditized and will be pushed out of the market, or will just stay in some low margin parts of the market. One more thing, the question was about misconceptions and
yeah, that's right.
So when you look at the history of all transformative technologies, specifically in more recent history, let's say 19th century, when we were adopting, the steam engine and electricity later on. When you look into the media at that time, into newspapers, there was no TV and internet, of course. And if you would take an article about steam engine in factories replacing people's jobs, and would just replace the word steam engine with artificial intelligence, you would get essentially very same article which we are reading today. This is, I think that this is the biggest misconception about not just AI in the job market, but about AI in general. Those guys in Silicon Valley developing all those large foundational, large language, image generating, whatever models, they are partially believing in the fantasy, partially they are pushing forward fantasy that AGI, artificial general intelligence, is behind the corner, everything will change, and we will enter a techno-utopia with the features of communism, basically. So all we need is the universal basic income. That's basically immediately follows after. We will not have anything to do because everything will be done for us. When you, again, look into the past, through all the revolutions, we never lost jobs or, okay, we went through several technological leaps. Where are all those people doing nothing? We all have more work than we can cope with. Unemployment in Czech Republic is like 2%. Worldwide, I believe you will give me better numbers, but it's nothing tragical. It depends on the regions, etc. This new technology will create new jobs. It will provide higher salaries. It will move people who are maybe working in automated, not automated, but basically repetitive jobs into something what they may enjoy more. This is basically the right-wing theory of technological change, and I believe in it.
Josef, keep the microphone, please, because we see that history repeats itself, but you mentioned something really interesting, and that's AGI. What's your prediction about AGI? Because now we talk about year like 2031, something like that. Do you believe that we will see AGI in some functional form in next 5 years, or 10 years, or 50 years?
This is a great question. So AGI stands for Artificial General Intelligence, and there have been debates for the last 20, 30, 50 years, essentially since the start of AI or machine learning as a basically science, etc. So the question is what it is, and there are philosophical debates. It's something omnipotent. It's like a god, right? Sometimes when you hear Sam Altman talking on the camera, you will see that he essentially is talking, we are creating a God and we are the good guys, so we will create the good God, basically the New Testament God, not the Old Testament God. That's the hope there, right? But still, it's a for-profit corporation with $80 billion valuation, so I don't buy that. So apart from the philosophical debates, OpenAI in their charter have a definition of AGI because that's their goal. They want to build AGI. What they say is that it's basically a computer system which will be better than most humans in most economically valuable tasks. So this is a definition. Now, it's more concrete than those philosophical, like discussions which often leads to Skynet and Space Odyssey and Asimov, etc. So this is like tangible. Okay, it's about money, it's about economically valuable tasks, it's about automation in the end. It's about bringing value to corporations, whatever, right? Now, but it's still very bold. Better than most humans in most of the economically valuable tasks. I think it's just overstatement. They are just basically, pumping the business value. I don't think that we will reach this in the next 5, 10 years, because like the diversity of our endeavors, of what we do, how we think, what we are good at, I don't see it like, I think it's just Silicon Valley, basically Kool-Aid we are all sometimes drinking.
Thank you. Jan, back to misconceptions, and maybe I would add some little extra question. Do you think that it's good that we talk about AI like one worldwide entity, because, AI is very wide. It's not one thing, but a lot of people imagine AI like one entity that is above everything. So what's your opinion?
I definitely, if like one entity, I should specifically say, like at this question, that there is, I see AI and these language models functioning differently and with different level of productivity and usage for the society if they work with a system of closed, valuable data, like in healthcare, when there's a lot of potential for growth and progress and improvement of lives, etc. And with the situation where they have to work with like this open data accessible to everyone, where Alžběta Kraus spoke yesterday about that we also need this, that these language models the AI can learn from or be trained and tested on these large sets of open data, but the usual output of it, as from my subjective point of view, is has almost or very often has almost no value. But responding to what my predecessors were speaking about, I think that every technological progress is followed by some disruptions on the labor market, and it's met with some kind of resistance. This is clear. So what we can expect definitely this time, that it will not be about only people who do repetitive jobs, but it is expected that 30% of labor in so-called like white-collar professions would be losing their jobs very soon. So what you can imagine are these like, if you have a legal firm, these young people who go to the archives and study like judicates and precedences and all the materials necessary, this can be replaced quite quickly. Backup offices of certain like bureaucratic departments, bank, financial services, all the work with the data archives, it can be very much improved and people would be losing jobs. But if you look at the US, for instance, I don't know the data in Europe, but I read somewhere that in the US only 1.3% of people working in the banking sector are registered in trade unions. So any resistance would be like almost invisible. And similar, it's over 2% from other similar services. So you will always have some Luddites of current time, but what was closest to it, like was you remember recently there was the strike of scriptwriters in Hollywood. And this was the example that they actually felt threatened by the inputs of artificial intelligence, which would be able to write some versions of scenarios for these like never-ending TV series and etc. etc. So this might be the resistance of our time.
Thank you very much. Let's deep dive into the policies and let's get a little bit political, because we can try to find a solution here in this panel. And my next question is, what economic policies do you think are necessary to address the displacement of jobs due to automation and AI? Or if you can start from the business point of view.
Usually in policies, the governments are looking how to restrict. Me, when I come from the business world, I'm thinking only about growth. Giving more to the citizens, giving more opportunities, giving more to the people. And my belief that government should not restrict. The only thing is to support growth of a country, of a city, of a family, of a child in a school, and of every employee or every person. I think this is possible. We need to be careful from restrictions. I'm not saying that they're not necessary, but to change the mindset from let's look for how we can make growth moving faster, to give more to the people, to be happy people, instead of just restricting it. It's okay to contradict your statements. It's okay to do some restrictions, but not to think with restrictions in your head. How do you create a growth of a country, of a person, of a human, to be more healthy, to be richer, and to be happier? And I think when governments will start to think about not a country as a country, but a person as a person, it will be different. Be afraid of only restrictions. Create opportunities for growth.
Julie?
Yes, coming from the policy side, I will have a slightly conflicting views. But I agree that we have to invest in people. AI will change, as we said, the skills that will be needed in the labor market, and investing in skills policies will be crucial. We said that some of the skills that will be needed are best developed at young age, so initial education is key here. Formal education, so the formal education system is also very important because a large part of the AI workforce that develops AI today possesses a university degree, so tertiary education should also not be forgotten. But AI technologies evolve very rapidly, so initial education is not sufficient, and continuous education is very important. So this can take the form of apprenticeships or learning on the job, in the firm, but here governments really should put the emphasis on the different types of education and training to develop all the different types of skills that will be needed. Now, I think in addition to skills policies, some regulatory action is also needed to make sure that AI is used in the workplace in a trustworthy way. And I think, and this is something we haven't mentioned until now, but AI and the adoption of AI comes with some concerns, concerns of data privacy for citizens and for workers. And so it is important to make sure that legislation exists to take into account these data privacy concerns. So some laws already exist to tackle these issues, but they have to be reviewed. I'm not saying they have to be changed, but they have to be reviewed in the light of the new developments in AI. We also have a problem with AI and its tendency to increase, to magnify human biases. So in general, algorithms take existing data, and so if there is a bias against some discriminated group in the existing data, this might be magnified by the machine learning algorithm, and so this is another issue that should be tackled by legislation. So skills policy, regulatory action to ensure AI is used in a trustworthy way. Now there are other policies that are more like economic policies that can also be revised. First, tax policies. Many economies subsidize investment in capital and tax labor much more than capital. This might lead in some cases to excessive automation, to excessive use of capital as opposed to use of workers. And this has to be taken into account when thinking about tax policy. A second type of policy that is very important to review is antitrust regulation. So this is competition policy is crucial to ensure that the gains that will be brought about by AI adoption do not only remain within a very small subset of firms, but are shared more broadly with the society. And finally, social dialogue is also very important. So some benefits of using AI, of adopting AI, will remain within firms, but it is important that social dialogue is here to make sure that the benefits and the value added of using AI is shared between shareholders of the company and workers in the company. So a myriad of policies that have to be rethought in the age of AI.
Okay, Josef, Ofer mentioned that he wants to grow. Julie mentioned some of the economic policies and regulation. do you think that we are able to find some balance between regulation and innovation and find some way how to implement some meaningful policies?
I think that this is, well, this is the only hope we have, I think. We should, right? And when I hear sometimes the argument that there is too much regulation, I don't think that in the world of digital, particularly in the world of AI algorithms, we would be over-regulated. We were under-regulated, and this, what social media did to the society, etc., may be a proof of that. So the problem is not of over-regulating AI at this stage. I think, in my opinion, the most recent AI Act from the EU is quite reasonable and leads exactly to even at least establishing the dialogue, right? Sam Altman said that they may, in his first reaction to the generative AI appendix to the AI Act, which requires them to document what data have been the large language models trained on. So in his first reaction, he said that if this will go through, they will have to pull out of the European market. So obviously there is something going on in there, right? He corrected it later on, probably based on the intervention from Microsoft. I think that the balance we should be looking for here between, leveraging the opportunity, letting the society to adopt the technology for the good while maintaining, certain rules and standards, etc. I think there is one huge fallacy which we are facing, especially in the media and in conferences, etc. Everyone, when we are talking about AI, you all very often hear the word China. Look at China. They don't bother with regulation so much, which is not true. It's a totalitarian system, so actually they do bother with regulation more than we do. But they don't bother with regulations which maintain human dignity and democratic principles, etc., because it's a totality. So, and once we establish this view of competition, who adopts better AI faster, and we compete with a totalitarian system, then we are entering a very dangerous race which can lead to deterioration of our democracy. Dignity of workers, quality of life, quality of human rights, and all that stuff. So I would like to just stress this one thing. And to end my speech here on the positive note, we can look for inspiration in Singapore. I think that 3 months ago or 2 months ago, Singaporean government said that, okay, generative AI wave is here. We will basically subsidize or basically pay to all citizens over 40 years of age or something like that, the reskilling trainings. So they learn prompting, working with generative AI, they learn about AI, so we prepare them for the future. So this is something positive, what shouldn't cost too much money and could bring a huge economic potential.
That's right, I've been in Singapore like 1 week ago, so that's definitely true, and Singapore is a great example of how to approach the AI adoption. Jan, if you can add your point of view, some policies that make sense to you?
Yes, definitely. So I mentioned it also during the breakfast yesterday. Whatever we think about regulation, it is here it will be here at some point. It has always been like this, like with every new technology. Difference between US and Europe is that Europe has some would say advantage, some would say US has, some would say advantage, some would say disadvantage for being quite late with regulation. I was quoting this example that railways started to be regulated in the US 66 years after the railway network started to operate. There was no regulation before. Then it was getting a little bit faster. The fastest regulation was with nuclear energy, which came 4 years later after industry emerged. The opposite of the extreme is Europe, which is lacking technological leaders, big technological companies also in AI, but it has already approved the regulation. So But the regulation which is prepared in the US and it is prepared, I think it will not be that fundamentally different from the one which has been implemented in Europe. The pillar of the regulation, as I understand it, is that reader or consumer of artificial intelligence should always know that he is consuming a content prepared by that it is a content prepared by artificial intelligence or a robot or whatever we call it. So it is one thing. Another thing which we didn't touch at this panel yet, that artificial intelligence is not only software and programming and this and that. It is also hardware. It is a huge industry, which if you look at which companies are having like the fastest market capitalization, are growing like exponentially, like all these like producers of chips and NVIDIA and Taiwanese companies like producing chips. It's just amazing rate, and as our colleague said, like it must be properly regulated also as far as anti-monopoly things are concerned. AI will consume enormous amount of energy. Some people estimate that very soon in the US it would consume 14% of all energy production. So this definitely is waiting for some regulatory attempts by government to control it, because there are some apocalyptic scenario which is speaking about 30% of energy being consumed by AI in developed countries very soon. So this is definitely to be regulated. Plus there are areas, and it was, I suppose, mentioned in the previous panel, which directly touches the politicians who are creating the regulations. So you have all these involvement of AI in campaigns. You have these robotic phone calls which are pretending that a particular politician is calling to you. It has already been applied in the US, and you have artificial feedback from so-called authentic voters reacting to particular regulation, and it's just bombarding your channels of communication which normal people are using. So we shouldn't be surprised that sooner or later or you have this enormous potential for deep fakes, for these videos which would be manipulating politicians, what they do or are not doing on particular videos. So politicians will be certainly very much motivated to somehow regulate the industry, but if they would regulate it in a good or bad manner, we don't know, but this is unavoidable.
Thank you very much. Jan mentioned some of the ethical considerations and maybe approach how to deal with it, like to label AI-generated content and so on. Ofer, do you think, or what ethical considerations should companies keep in mind when implementing AI? Should you just stick with regulation like AI Act, or should companies do one step more to be ethical?
I think that when it comes to regulations inside companies, all the regulations should be around how to help the company grow. And again, not to restrict. When you regulate, it's mainly about data. And I will give an example of this. You can create data with AI. You can create many things with AI. You can instruct robots with AI. But here it comes. If I know how you work and how you think, basically I can automate most of the processes that you do into a robot. It's just a matter of time. Which means that I can take your job if I want to and take it to a robot. But some things cannot be done by robots. So if you mention like going to Singapore, and they are very good at what they do. I know I was a consultant from the Singapore school systems. But one thing they don't know how to do well in Singapore is to hug their children.
That's right.
So there is emotional element that the machine still cannot give. I'm saying still. But the most important part for us to understand, we can copy every human action into a robot, into AI. Every human action can be. The regulation should be about the emotional elements that are a part of the work environment that needs to bring the beauty of humanity towards the work of the shallow work, maybe, or even brilliant work that sometimes AI and robotics can do. Because if we will lose that, we will lose humanity.
Thank you. Julie, what about you and ethical considerations?
So at the OECD, we developed the OECD AI principles to ensure that AI is developed and implemented in a trustworthy way in a society. So these principles were developed in 2019 and signed by all the OECD member countries and I think 7 extra countries as well. And these principles form the basis of the G20 AI principles. And there are 5 axes, and I think these 5 axes are also very important for companies to keep in mind. The first axis is about the development of AI for inclusive growth and well-being. So AI should be developed and implemented in pursuit of beneficial outcomes for people and for the planet. The second axis is about fairness. So AI should be developed, should respect the rule of the law and existing human norms, including freedom, dignity, autonomy, privacy and data protection, non-discrimination and equality, diversity, fairness, social justice, and internationally recognized labor rights. The third point is about transparency and explainability. So AI actors, AI employers using AI should provide meaningful information to workers so that they are aware when they deal with an AI system and they understand how the output has been created. Fourth, AI system should be robust, safe and secure. And fifth, AI actors and actors implementing AI should be accountable for the proper functioning of the systems. So these 5 principles can also apply to employers adopting AI, and I think it forms a very strong, sound basis for the implementation of trustworthy AI.
Thank you very much. Josef?
I think that most was said already. The OECD 5 principles or 5 axes are the foundational, and when you look on most of the ethical systems or regulatory systems, they sort of align in all of that. I would just like to add maybe one thing, that when we talk about business, then you have like workers inside, so you are applying AI in the processes, you are automating their environments, maybe soon we will get some version of augmented reality or something like that, which will be modulated by AI. So basically you are, changing the way how things work, and you need to maintain their privacy, awareness of being, let's say, influenced by AI, etc. So that's one thing, keeping basically, if there are any left-wing politicians in the audience, I think that, resurrecting some of the left-wing topics of protecting workers' rights in the age of AI may become relevant again. Then the second is, like, if you have a company which sort of produces some sort of an automated system, let it be software as a service or self-driving car or whatever else, right? You are having your AI, which you are building, training, has an impact on the society, and basically, we have seen in the past that self-regulation in that regard doesn't work too much. I like capitalism, and I understand that the main purpose of capitalism is to innovate and grow. That's good. But that should not be boundaryless, that should not be limitless, because there can be collateral damage or collateral effects, second, third order effects on the society which are not desirable, both for democracy as well as for capitalism, right? So I will throw in the abbreviation which may not be so popular, and I don't like it either, but ESG, basically standards, which for long have been sort of partially just, you know, ethics washing type of exercises for most companies. In the age of HI, actually may provide some good framework for applying good practices and for doing less harm or more good, however you put it.
Jan, do you have anything to add, please?
Well, I don't know. As I said, I am not such an expert in technology itself, but it would be, I am myself wondering, but perhaps it would be better from a position of a moderator, like it's a question because I follow what experts say and they differ on this, like is it possible that at a certain moment very soon we will have artificial intelligence which will be somehow out of our control? And the question is that all the technologies which were mentioned before, the man was like quite simply able to use it according to his decision and for the purposes which were human choice basically. But now there is a chance that sooner or later we will come to a moment where there is a autonomous agent created by us. Some people automatically believe that it will have to have a consciousness, but I don't think it's necessary for an agent to function and to do something evil even without consciousness. But the problem is that the level of control. But there are different thinkers. My favorite, Václav Smil, author of Czech origin, which is a favorite author of Bill Gates, by the way, and one of the most prominent authors of Czech origin, like says like, how come like artificial intelligence could be dangerous? You just like plug it off from electricity and that's it. So, but maybe it will be smart enough to generate electricity when it is out of control. But I am wondering myself into what extent there is a chance it will be out of control. And I would like myself to hear from experts here, like if you can switch it from electricity and that's it, as Václav Smil says.
Okay, thank you. Time is running, and if you are here because of robots, this is the moment. And my next question is, do you believe that robots should have humanoid appearance? Because we want to label AI-generated content. But we are trying to make robots that looks like us. Is it a good idea? Over.
Let me think about it. My mother, she's 94. She makes the best gnocchi in the world for me. My mother will not live for long. I want to have the same gnocchi being created for me. The robot will be able to learn from my mother if we put some sensors on the body, and a robot chef can produce it to me. But can the robot hug me like my mother?
And maybe the most important ingredient in the gnocchi is love of your mother, right?
Yes, and now we can go this way. What if there was a suit, and there is one, by the way, that can learn from you moving your hands, cooking something, has cameras, sensors, everything in there. And what if there are only 50 million mothers and fathers in the world who know how to make their own gnocchi in a different way? And what if those 50 million gnocchis were somewhere on the platform that my robot can go, pay to this mother 1 cent to take the recipe and to create 50 million gnocchis for me based on my test, because every time I will finish eating, the robot will ask me, offer, did you like it? What is missing in the gnocchi? And I will be able to explain, and I will remember and will create new recipes just for me. Can this happen? I'll tell you something, it's already happening. Follow the news soon, and you will see robots that can cook beautifully based on recipes being taken from. Now, what I want to do is to send my mother that suit, because I love her food, and I want in the future at least the robot to make the food for me to remind me of my mother, so I can look at the pictures. But do I want a robot to hug me like my mother? No, there's only one mother, and the humanoid mother will not be instead of it.
Thank you very much for a great answer. I'm getting hungry, and I also love gnocchi, so you can invite me if you want. Julia, I know that robotics is not your topic, but maybe your personal opinion about humanoid appearance of robots.
So on human appearance, I'm afraid I won't be able to say much. What I can say is that is about collaboration between humans and robots. From what I read in my professional life, it seems to me that collaborative robots are the next big thing, or are even a big thing. This is what is called also cobots. And to facilitate interaction between humans and these cobots, I think we will need well-trained managers. Managers that will know well what the robot can do and what the human can do, what is the comparative advantage of both, in order to be able to allocate tasks in a wise and sound, smart way. It will also need to know how to discriminate between the performance of the robot and the human. If there is a mistake, is it the fault of the robot or is it the fault of the human? Who should be blamed, or who should be rewarded in case of excellent performance? These are questions, I think, that are a bit overlooked by, understandably, by technology developers, but that companies should really keep in mind. A lot of things will have to do with managers and business leaders.
Josef?
So, apart from the ethical questions, like what will it mean for us if we would get, completely believable artificial version of ourselves, like looking at that object essentially and associating it with some human qualities, which is basically what we do when you try to interact with ChatGPT, and it gives you some really good text. You start to have basically a feeling that you are interacting with something intelligent, right? So here we are talking about something even more powerful and potentially more risky, dangerous even. The truth is that in certain environments, let it be like factories, etc., those environments have been optimized largely for people. So sometimes you may need a bipedal, thing with arms doing some manipulation. But I would definitely, so that's understandable. That's probably, you need to have something which can go up the stairs and walk down the stairs. But I would not go the way which some technologists foresee, where in the future artificial nurses will be taking care of our old, lonely mothers in the retirement homes, right, as a solution for, overly aged population. I think that this is like a morally very questionable future, which I would not like to see. And just one, I know we are running out of time, last comment. I don't think that AI will ever get out of control, because those people who control it, it's a very powerful system. It's very demanding, it's very resource sensitive, as you said. Electricity, chips, raw materials, learning, data. It's like, it's a pinnacle of the global capitalism, sort of, right? It would not happen without global economy, without global communication networks, etc. So those who are in power of it will never give up that power. the idea that they will spend $1 billion, $10 billion, $100 billion building an autonomous agent and then like letting it out of the nest and saying, go and do whatever you want in the world, that's like completely naive.
Jan?
Okay, perfect. So I'm glad and I trust you on this. And so for me, it's not that important question. It seems to me a little bit similar, like if people, how people think about extraterrestrials, like if they imagine them like as green little people with heads and sort of human-looking or not. So this is similar to me. But when my colleague mentioned managers, perhaps it might be surprising for a lot of people that managers and corporate boards could also be replaced. Certainly, certain parts of it, like all these, like I don't know, compliance officers and HR people and DEI people and all these specialized parts of corporate boards. They might be among the first to disappear, but I might be completely naive.
Thank you very much. Our time is almost up. I must say it's been an awesome conversation. Thank you very much for your attention, and let's give our speakers a well-deserved round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to this wonderful panel where you really beautifully outlined all the pros and cons of artificial intelligence and robotics being integrated so deeply in our lives day to day, and what that kind of says for the future of the way that we structure everything that is going on. It is now lunch, ladies and gentlemen, so please do help yourself to catering and enjoy yourselves. Also, please use this last opportunity to visit the exhibition that is going on, because it'll be taken down after lunch, and there's some fantastic gimmicks going on there. So please do have a look at that. To everyone on the stream, thank you so much for being with us. There was a peak of several hundred of you watching, which is fantastic. So we're excited that you're enjoying this, and please feel free to join in the conversation as well, share, comment, and ask questions on Slido. I will see you straight after lunch with the next panel. Enjoy and good digestion. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you have enjoyed your lunch. We had some very exciting fireside chats going on, and we also had the exhibition go on, which is now sadly finishing, but I hope that you very much enjoyed it. We're going straight into the next block of content, and there's some very, very exciting content too. So allow me to introduce the VIP talk. The VIP talk today is focused on something which is close to our hearts, literally and metaphorically. It's health, more specifically e-health and the role of technology in how we live and hopefully die as late as possible. Concretely, the VIP talk is called e-health as a tool for extending lifespan, but not just living long and suffering, but also living in good health while we extend that lifespan. And I'd like to introduce the panelists and invite them on the stage with me, please. Thank you. Hello. Tak. The esteemed moderator will do the introductions, but I'm also very honored to introduce the moderator herself, who is Barbara Dubanska, a dear friend and colleague from the Minister of Health think tank, which was also one of the kind of program sponsors yesterday, who do phenomenal work in the field of digitalizing healthcare, and she's going to take you through today's VIP talk. Please, it's all yours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me. I'm going to speak in Czech, so our interpreters will help me with that. I'm going to introduce Ministr Zdraví. It's a think tank of experts. We have about 30 experts, and we strive to enhance digitalization, prevention, and all areas in healthcare. So, we are about to discuss how digitalization of e-health can enhance and prolong our life. Also, healthcare is under enormous pressure. We are aging. As you well know, around 2020 we'll have 1/3 of population over 60. Now it's around 18%. In 2050 it'll be more than 1/3, and it brings about higher costs. Healthcare is under financial pressure. It's no longer aligns with public income. As you can see, the growth of GDP is at around 1.5%, while health spending is at 2.6%. The older we are, the more expensive their treatment, and of course the overall cost of healthcare. How to deal with that? One of the ways is digitalization. The recent McKinsey study showed that it would bring savings of 12%, but sometimes the estimate is even higher. What we need is electronic health files. We also need to use telemedicine. We need to improve the administration of medical records. I'd like to say that data can save our health. You will know what medicines you are taking, what their contraindications are, and it'll be important for you also to be aware of what sort of data is used. I've got two esteemed experts, Mr. Foltin, head of the National Center for e-health, working in the Ostrava Teaching Hospital. So he is a man that has experience from a real big teaching hospital. He's created terms of sharing medical records. He implements IT projects and also deals with digital transformation in healthcare. The Ministry of Health is one of the stakeholders. That's why we have Tomáš Šedivec here from the Digital and Information Agency. He's the head of Public Administration Information System Architecture Department. He helps define rules. He's cooperated with the Vysočina region, for example, in the field of healthcare, and he also is responsible for assessing projects funded from IROP in the sphere of e-health. These two gentlemen cooperate a lot to align both policies. So the first question is, what savings can digitization bring to the national budget? How can that be done in the Czech Republic, and how the efficiency of the whole system could be enhanced? Thank you for having me. One of the key tasks of the healthcare sector is digitization as such. The base has already been built, but it's very local. We do not have any shared nationwide system. So that is something that we would like to have in the healthcare sector, and also we'd like to save costs by way of optimizing healthcare. And our top priority is also to ensure capacities, meaning staff members who are now doing that. Also, and that what doctors want, we'd like to reduce red tape, because doctors are now responsible for writing and rewriting long reports. We would also like to prevent double or triple examinations, which is currently quite a frequent thing, and it is paid for by health insurance companies. But we'd like to focus on optimization. So doubled or tripled examinations, it's a big burden. We do not want to have our blood taken several times, right? Yes, exactly. I know that from practice. Sometimes the reasons are quite bizarre that you as a patient are not able to understand. Sometimes it's because doctor is conservative. Your doctor may be used to get results from a particular lab in a particular form, and he's not comfortable with another lab. He might cast doubt on its qualities, etc. So the key thing is to standardize documents, standardized forms. Any doctor should be able to receive the results, the outcome of your examination on a specific form. From the viewpoint of DIA, where can you see the savings? Doctors complain that they spend lots of time by typing data into systems. Should we, as the public administration, hear their complaints? Thank you for having me. I experienced the same double examination quite recently. Well, problems that you have in the healthcare sector we face in the state administration, and I am glad that we see each other more and more often, because there should be harmonization between the healthcare sector and state administration. Any patient is also a client of the state administration, and we should offer him or her a quality service, because he's not able to distinguish between different types of services. Digital transformation in state administration is sometimes hard to promote. We have civil servants that keep saying that they would never use a computer, they prefer paper files, etc. But you cannot stop progress. You should explain that to those people, or they will have to leave, unfortunately. I'm going to give you one example. War provoked by Russia in Ukraine. There was a wave of refugees. Thanks to digitization, we managed to include all people in the system, and we were able to provide services to them. Mr. Tepkoš at the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs made all processes so efficient that he even made the work of labor offices more efficient. So all the processes were so efficient that even some people could leave. We hear that there are no dentists, there are no logopedicians, there are no pediatricians, and all of this must be taken into account. So we heard that e-government and e-health are very close to each other and they should be aligned. But in practice, we see there are some systems established at the Ministry of Healthcare. They had some comments on the Act on Digitalization in Healthcare, and I can't see that alignment. So where I, as a patient, as a citizen, can see or will be able to see that I receive the same treatment. Is the position of e-health the same, or are you going in your own direction? The Act on Digitization of e-health originates from 2021. We had the first bill in 2019. The whole digitization was governed by the Ministry of the Interior. We now have a separate agency. We have now a minister whose priority is not the police or the fire brigade. That was the reason why we decided to go in our separate way. Now the alignment must be set at the data level. Yes, we can discuss what's going to happen in 5 to 10 years with the healthcare infrastructure, but we need that the data in that infrastructure is accessible to the client and to the state administration, even outside of the system. When you enter the citizens portal, now you can check your medical records from all healthcare providers who are connected to that system. So yes, we will continue cooperating with the healthcare system. I hope we'll be able to streamline the system so that you can find your data. Yes, now some activities are doubled, but hopefully we'll be able to put it right. Yes, the healthcare system lacks digitization. We have large hospitals who have an IT system that has been in place for 27 years, and it's attack proof because you can no longer enter the system. But unfortunately there are dozens of versions of medical records. We need to digitize everything. They are most likely does not have enough capacity to help us. There are projects that where we will share data with the state administration, and these components most likely will be aligned. We've signed contracts with our partners. There is a lot of work ahead of us, and we like to stay close to each other. We like to stay interconnected in terms of data. I really work in a large teaching hospital. I implemented the first IT system there, and there is one specific feature. First of all, we need to do it in large hospitals. DEA and e-government is getting ahead of us. That's because of the situation of status of IT systems in hospitals. Is that a question, or is there a matter of money that we don't have for e-health? Well, it's a good question. The state, or the government, if it has a purposeful project, a group of projects, well, there are subsidies that can be used. Very often the projects are too small, you know. the entity that is responsible for digitization of healthcare. We are fully funded and we really have a good budget to implement the project. The thing that what we lack is efficient experts that should be participating. We hear that there is money for large hospitals and there are money at ministries. How about smaller surgeries, private physicians? They might tell you they make us use digital records. I'm going to get retired soon. I have no money for that. You are right, and this is a very sensitive issue. We are supporting large hospitals, inpatient departments, but there are physicians, there are 22,000 small surgeries that cannot use subsidies from IROP or other OPs because there's too much red tape. They will be required to fill numerous forms and they have no capacities for that. So we do our best to help them. We communicate with manufacturers of systems who can or that can implement the functionalities. And we have a pilot project in cooperation with the Czech Physicians Society. We will choose 20 surgeries. They will be fully digital and they will serve as a pilot project for other PGEs. And it's a plan that is taking place and has been already discussed with the minister. Ladies and gentlemen, who has their medical records available? Who of you does use e-card? Who of you has got the records here on you? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, thank you. It brings me to the user experience from the viewpoint of a patient of the existing e-health system. You mentioned that we were able to view our medical records, but you were most probably referring to the Vysočina region or Ostrava. Maybe e-recipe, but that's it. And EZ card does not show much user friendliness either. So what can we change?
Again, user-friendliness is something that is of concern also in the public administration. It must go hand in hand. There are some 7,000 entities in public administration and some 30,000 in healthcare. So on both sides, we have to look after, for example, the small municipalities. You will probably know that most of the administration and communication that you do with public administration is through the municipality, not through a ministry. And these municipalities normally don't receive any additional funds. They don't know how to do it. You don't want to have a specific application for the town of Benešov and for the town of Slivno, yet another one. This needs to be addressed. Either we will issue and impose obligations and wait how the people are going to comply with the obligation, or do it the other way. Try and develop software, some kind of model software that would serve to all those that are required to comply. I think this is the only way. It's impossible to just impose obligations without providing the additional support. If you can do this as a one-stop shop, the client will be happy. You don't want to go to a portal where you will be just redirected to different portals for each of the steps that you want to take. You should see the Ukrainian application. It's just really one-stop shop. You can check your medical records in one place, and in the same place you can report having seen an enemy aircraft. It's really excellent. The Ministry of Health would like to present a meaningful tool that would serve to the whole sector. EZ Card is a platform that was launched during COVID. It's a transformation of the original Czech vaccination electronic card. The EZ Card would need that the data that is available is not only in the application but can be also mirrored in other channels. If you have a patient, an ill patient who consumes multiple services, they would also need to have it all in one place. There are many plans for new additional launches of data that should become available on the EZ Card. We will try to turn it into really a meaningful tool where you will be able to find the necessary information. Well, hopefully we will see the extended functionalities of the EZ Card. And now, please tell me 3 key objectives that, from your viewpoint, should be met in order to use fully the potential of e-health. Well, if you say 3 issues, well, to put together or get near e-government and e-health, then incorporate the European obligations in our own systems. Let us start addressing these issues jointly. It will save us a lot of effort. And third, targeting financial means effectively and efficiently. Obviously, we are not, or the national budget is not unlimited, and therefore we should target the funding specifically and correctly. I think that the task of the ministry is to achieve the elementary functionality, and that is to allow sharing of medical records. This will make the life of the patient easier, it will make the life of the healthcare system easier, and it will bring us forward. Secondly, we need to digitalize the inpatient care. This is where the resistance will be greatest, but we need to persuade the people in the inpatient care. And third, we need to make sure that the patients who become clients of the system are able to consume the outcomes of the service, and so that they feel that it really serves their purposes. If we help save health to one person, it would be desirable. Well, we should keep fingers crossed, all to us and to you, so that in 1 year, once we meet here again, we all have access to our medical records. Thank you. We also thank Bára Dubanská for her excellent moderation.
We have heard how very important it is to have all your data as a patient in one place, because if my mum, for example, wasn't extremely diligent and kept a folder on me since I was born and what is wrong with me and what is not wrong with me, I wouldn't even know how old I am. So it's very difficult to access that information sometimes, and it's great to hear that the digitalization in the field of e-health is helping to accelerate and change that process. I would like to now move on to the next panel, which is going to be about state defense. Hybrid warfare, conflict in the age of the digital. It's something that we have heard a lot about yesterday, and we're also going to be hearing a lot more about in the upcoming panel, which is called Digital Technologies and Their Role in State Defense. What does defense mean? What role does the state have in preventing things like cyber attacks and minimizing hybrid warfare, spread of fake news? All of these things and more are going to be tackled by our esteemed panelists, which I heartily welcome here on the stage with me. Please come and join me. And give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So, hi. You're welcome. Again. So welcome, sit under your respective photographs, please, and I would love to hand over to Kristýna Soukupová, who's the founder and president of the DevSec Innovation Hub. She will take you through the whole upcoming panel. It's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us. A little bit of a chaos at the beginning. We are not as disciplined as we thought, as people who are connected very intimately to the military. I'm extremely honored to have this panel on state defense in today's world. It is really a pleasure, and I was taken back by the biographies of my esteemed speakers. And I have decided not to introduce them because you have the biographies in your leaflets and in the program. When I was invited to speak or moderate this panel, the first thing that came to my mind was the digitalization of battlefield that we started doing 35, 40 years ago. We say that the Gulf War at the beginning of the 90s was either the last war of its era or the first one of a new one. We have moved tremendously from that time to this year. Not only in our understanding of what digital technologies are, but also how to use them. At that time, back those 35 years ago, we thought connecting computers of the various defense or weapon systems would give us better understanding of where the enemy is, what they're doing, where our friendly forces are. We had no idea that by connecting these systems, we would create a new operational domain, cyber domain. We now have 5 operational domains. We fight in land or on land, sea, air, cyberspace, and outer space or space. Digital technologies play a huge role in all of them, not only inside, but also interconnecting these domains, which is both a huge opportunity, but also it poses some, I'd say, big or small challenges. Without further ado, allow me to introduce my distinguished panel. So we'll start from, what is it, right? František Šulc, who is the first Deputy Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic. Miles Yu, who has been on this stage several times already, who is the expert on China, if I may. Michal Křelina, who is our expert on quantum technology and their application in defense. And Francesco Capelletti, who is the law or cyber law expert in this panel. Gentlemen, let me kick off by asking you a common question. If you could please spend 2 to 3 minutes answering what does digital technologies or digitalization and state defense mean to you and to your field of expertise? So if we can start again, making a round. Sorry to put you on the spot.
It's work? Yeah, it works. So good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation, actually. So I have a lot of notes for this. I don't know if it will be 3 minutes or 30 minutes, so I will try to squeeze it into 3, actually. As we discussed it outside, actually, we are attending quite often to discuss the gadgets and software tools, applications, and all that stuff. But I think that it's very important to look out from a strategic level, and looking for the effects, what I want to achieve. Let me just briefly sum up, if you're asking personally what it means for me, the digitalization. Let me just very briefly and quickly sum up the pros and cons of that, how I see that, and some remarks from, let's say, lessons learned from my previous and even now the job on the Ministry of Defense. Actually, you can look at that from different angles. It's really simple. It's positive for example, from the point of conducting the war. You mentioned the battlefield, of course. The positives are less fog of war, let's say, call it. Higher effectivity and flexibility for forces. Accuracy could mean advantage for the even weaker actor. And it has a huge impact on the training. It's really it's making it more intensive and it's better. Of course, there are negatives. Negatives such as vulnerabilities, not only intentional, for example, security breach, but also unintentional, for example, physics, weather conditions, etc., interrupting the communication. One of the things which could be really negative is the information overload, let's say. Our brains didn't develop as much in the past 100,000 years. So sometimes we think that we are totally different from the Homo sapiens 100,000 years ago. And we are not, actually. It's just, if I may just one sketch from some latest research, that our brains are even smaller, for 12.7% than the brains of the Homo sapiens 100,000 years ago, actually. And what's happened? That time, the scientists think that the humans switched from a more intuitive style of thinking to what he terms symbolic information processing, or thinking in a more abstract way to better understand your surroundings. But important is that it's happened 100,000 years ago, and the brain is not coping with the development in the same pace as we are sometimes expect. And another negatives could be too much dependency on technologies, actually, because really we cannot be without them. And what's important is from the point of implementation. So I will leave the battlefield, and from the point of implementation, which is quite important. I would say that first, there is a mental barrier. You know, we discuss the digitalization as a revolutionary, but still thinking about it in a traditional way. I'm calling it something like hardware thinking. But we have to think about it differently, about the life cycle, for example, how to acquire it, how to design it, etc. Planning, another thing. Effective implementation means very deep and contextual analyzing and planning. We are still not good in that. Without fully integrated architecture, has the digitalization opposite than desired effect. So effect-based approach, as I mentioned it at the beginning, is really needed. Always we have to weight desired effect with the effort which is needed to reach that effect, cost, personal, and changes in the organization. Third, integration, open versus proprietary, software, control of interface, etc., centric platforms, as we discussed it earlier. Security, it must be always priority, but it inevitably leads to trade-offs and lowering flexibility and rising the cost. 5, and I think that we're going to discuss it later, legal issues. That means man in the loop, man outside the loop, etc., etc. I will stop here, sorry. Slightly more than 3 minutes, but I just wanted to highlight some topics.
That's okay, thank you so much, I forgive you. Miles, could you please?
Okay, great. So I'm going to use my 3 minutes to highlight the digital defense is a major issue. Digital revolution has been fundamentally changing our way of conducting modern warfare. So I'm going to just briefly to illustrate this this idea from the doctrinal level to the operational level. Doctrinally, it completely changed our way of appropriation and our procurement of basically budgetary concern. In the traditional sense, we talk about building up capabilities that basically focus on big guns, carriers, missiles, and those weapons are also very important. Of course, they're both the most determining factor in the outcome of the war. Nowadays, it's very different. When we talk about the most important factor that will determine the outcome of the war, it's cyber, space, undersea, big data, EMP. So all these areas are new domains. New domains are very different. They're all digitally based. And so that's why we have to seek the new opportunity. It's very hard for a big ship like the United States to change. And NATO also, we have to change it very quickly. China, on the other hand, seeks this opportunity. They seize this, they know it. So they spend a lot of money on the new frontiers, new domains in modern warfare. So that's number one. Number two is the issue of command and control. Command and control is very important. Modern warfare is based upon very good of command and control. Now, initially, all this area that we talk about command and control is 2 C's, and then we added to C4 and ISR. That means command control, computer communications, and then intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Now it's very different. So it's a C5 and ISRT. So C5 means command control, communication, computer, and cyber. And then ISRT is, of course, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and targeting. So all of this right now has been elevated to a much higher level than before. So it's not just about the communication, not about intelligence. It actually plays the front row, right? So this will bring us to the next one, that is the issue of joint warfare. In the past, we normally, the ground forces, Army, Navy, and Air Force, and they're fighting different wars. They have their plan. They can single-handedly win over the enemies. But nowadays, it's different. So joint is very important. Joint has to be done through digital, cyber, very important. As we exist right now, NATO and the US, we have these tremendous barriers. Each service has their own independence, has their different command chains. So that has to be done through a much more joint and digital-based way. Of course, digital age also brings new challenges to our traditional way of conducting warfare. One of them is that it's tremendously expanded the scope of operations from purely kinetic engagement to psychological warfare, to cognitive warfare, to disinformation. So it's all brand new world. It's a very, very challenging, exciting, and also threatening if we don't handle it very carefully. Now, another thing, finally, I would say, it really affected our, Mr. Minister, you mentioned about readiness and training. It has a tremendous impact on our readiness training. Nowadays, so I teach at the institution called the United States Naval Academy, which trained officers. 10 years ago, I would give assignment to my students, mostly ask them to read articles and books. Nowadays, if I give them articles and books to read, they're going to scan them into a digital form to read it, because they're used to, their reading habit is completely changed, right? Now, what does that mean? That means that our modern warriors, they're feeling much more comfortable conducting warfare by pushing computer keys than pull the real triggers, let alone hand-to-hand combat, right? You see that in Ukrainian war right now, and there is this kind of a transitional effect going on. The soldiers not only go to the front line, pull the triggers, kill enemies, but also you're supposed to be able to operate the drones, right? And using Starlink receivers. So it's a very, very profound change, and I think that modern warfare will have to change in those ways, and we have to be ready, and we're not right now.
Thank you so much, sir. You've both mentioned the importance of a human brain and human mind, and even cognitive warfare, which is my favorite topic, so I'm really looking forward to exploring that more later on. Michal, your turn. Thank you.
Okay, so hello, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation and to be part of this very interesting panel. So, quantum. Quantum sounds scaring, maybe sci-fi. So how I will start, let's say, how to position quantum around the digitalization. Actually, quantum was at the beginning of all digitalization. You know, quantum mechanics in principle is older than 100 years, and it was especially developed before and during Second World War, nuclear weapons. Later it was semiconductors, which is that hardware heart of all modern digital technologies. But today with quantum, we are farther, and we are even speaking about quantum computers, quantum networks, quantum information. So how is it going along with digitalization? Probably some of you think about it as like something after digitalization, like, you know, in future there will be Star Trek or starships. Actually, it's not like that. Still, quantum information is very difficult for us to work naturally. We are happy, pretty classical information we are able to process. So I would call that quantum information or modern quantum science is, let's say, the next level of digitalization. I mentioned, for example, quantum computers. That's, let's say, the most famous quantum technology, and also for sure with the biggest hype. And it's also very close to defense, because you know, the first quantum computer was created like in 1998, and actually it was created thanks to the funding from American DARPA. You know, they support this R&D long time before it was because it was became, let's say, sexy word, quantum. So, and at the end, you know, quantum computer, how to imagine? A quantum computer is actually some kind of a physical experiment that is always controlled, read out and interpret by classical computers. So that what actually means that if you imagine that quantum computer in future will replace classical computers, it's actually pretty false imagine. They will be always at least together next to each other, and it's better actually imagine quantum computer more like a kind of accelerator, like you use GPS today for some kind of AI, for example, calculation. So quantum computer will be very good, but for some niche calculation specific. And the last comment, quantum is not only about quantum computing. There are also other, let's say, domains like quantum networks or even quantum sensors, whereas real and useful quantum computer is pretty far away, let's say 10, 15 years. At the other side, the quantum sensing, especially relevant for the defense, is pretty close. In the laboratory, we see very excellent results, and already there are, let's say, done the tests in relevant environments, like on a boat, on planes. So it's approaching, and in sense of defense, it doesn't mean like it will come with a fundamentally new weapon, like at the beginning quantum mechanics came with a nuclear bomb. In this sense, these quantum technologies are extremely fragile, so they rather like enhance capability, make like sharper our digital systems to, let's say, be more precise, be faster, and be more secure. Okay, and here I will finish at the moment.
Wonderful, thank you so much. That's a view into the and future technologies that are still awaiting us. What does international cyber law have to say about that?
Great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm honored to be in this panel. I heard a lot of great ideas. Now my answer will be way more easy because I can build on top of it. So exploiting, this is part of, information warfare, exploiting information you already received. Jokes aside, yeah, the field of cybersecurity became quite complex because of, as you rightly said, all of you expanded through other fields. Yes, it's called the fifth domain. I would love in future, and especially from a legal perspective, cybersecurity is being thought of as a critical infrastructure in itself, like securitizing cyberspace, securitizing our communication by design. That should be one of the goals for the future, in my opinion. And this is exactly as you were saying before, we were saying a strategic goal. Also because others are doing, others opponents. But before answering your question, like few characteristics that I think would be helpful for the audience if you're not used to these kind of discussions when it comes to the defense of cyberspace. And cyberspace is a fifth domain of warfare or confrontation or battlefield. It is quite, the surface, it's quite bigger than any other domain. And that's the first issue with cyberspace, because what is cyberspace? Is a network of connected devices, people, machines, processor, people interacting with it. This is the definition of NATO, more or less. So it also counts in the interaction that humans have with the machines and therefore delivering packets, information according to a transmission protocol, which is the definition of internet. Now, when you think about the surface of it, you mentioned DARPA, you mentioned, so probably also remember of ARPANET. That's when Internet was born in 1972 to connect different institutions of research with the Pentagon and other security institutions in the US with the purpose of sharing research information. And that's when the Internet has been born, for delivering information. All good at the beginning. Actually, a few years later, Tim Berners-Lee in CERN in Geneva decided that it would be nice to have common libraries and therefore servers to share information also at academic level. And then www was invented, what we use today on our browsers. The first browsers were invented, so the human interface was invented, and cyberspace from research or closed network perspective became a must thing that became an unbelievable surface. We have about 6 billion out of how many we are now, 8 and something, that are connected. And per every person, there is at least 2 devices connected, so multiply this per 2 or 3. That's all the Internet of Things, your washing machines that you can control from the phone, wearables, smartwatch, smartphones, laptops, and whatever you can think of. So if you think this in terms of security, I don't want to step into the shoes of people that have better knowledge than me in this sense, but that's quite a big surface now to protect. It's theoretically eroding the space in terms of strategic and military perspective standpoint, because if you have land to protect, then you put borders, then you do like Poland is doing now, rightfully, while there are weapons in Belarus, and they are fortifying the border, and that's the response. With cyberspace, it's quite more difficult. Then another thing to compare this domain with the other warfare traditional domain is the speed in which attacks happen. Like moving an army, it's feasible, but it's not as fast as launching a cyber attack, right? A powerful cyber attack, highly skilled personnel, backed by a state, want to disrupt some financial system, then it's faster than moving an army. And costs are relatively smaller than building up defense systems, rockets. And that's just to add on top of what you say, just to make it a bit more understandable also for non-defense only perspective, but how big is this issue? On the law perspective, just one question that remains open in cyberspace, given the fact that everyone can enter cyberspace with good and bad intentions, is the issue of attribution, right? Attribution is essential. Attribution is essential for an army official or a ministry to take decisions. Therefore, you have to be informed about what happened, and you have to be certainty. And that's how international law is built. Like you need, in order to hold someone accountable, you need attribution. And in cyberspace, this is sometimes very expensive, very difficult. Think of, and I conclude, one of the biggest moments in our history of the internet, where we understood that cyber conflicts, cyber warfare was an issue, cyber security and cyber incidents, is 2007 in Estonia, when basically, if you don't know the story, they moved the statue of a Soviet hero. They relocated it because Soviet Union was ended, and as a response, allegedly, group of hackers backed by Russian Federation started hitting the servers of many institutions and accomplishing what is in technical terms a denial of services, so basically shutting down many websites and servers, communication. I said allegedly because the final reports, official reports from NATO, I believe, but I'm not sure about it, but final reports on the incident say that despite highly probability, they cannot prove with certainty. Therefore, in legal terms, that's where we have a big gap with this surface and big amount of cyber connected elements, that the issue of attribution has to be tackled in these upcoming years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I sort of knew that preparing questions for this panel was a completely useless exercise, that the discussion is going to be dynamic. So let me pick up of what I think was resonating in what you've all said. I like the fact that we are finding ourselves in eroding space, and that can be understood in many ways. Eroding space in that no longer can we divide the space in between civil and military. The war in Ukraine would be a great example of how the civilian population is helping using digital technology to the military, which is then very difficult to embrace it with any sort of international law, protecting the civilians or explaining the laws of war. Attribution, who is the bad guy? In cyberspace, where there are no borders, we have very little idea whether this is one single person or whether it's a single person backed by a state or a bunch of criminals that, and then saying we declare war on somebody where we have no idea or we have doubts of who's actually doing something is very difficult. In that sense, it seems to me that we are moving back to what was the case during Cold War, that the armed forces led the way in terms of technological development, and the context or concepts that are connected to it. Do you think, from your perspectives, that the armed forces are now in the lead, or should they be in the lead of setting precedent in the 21st century? And I'll start from the other way.
I'll be very quick on it. Actually, cyber capabilities, of course, are of most benefit with what was called during the Soviet Union times, so the bipolar world, superpowers, because having the capacity of being able to respond, to be resilient in case of cyber incidents, or to apply a framework for cybersecurity and resilience, of course, happening with a higher extent of success where the state is also wealthy, resilient in democratic and military terms. So yes, of course, there is an advantage in terms of capabilities, but I wouldn't focus only on the big confrontation, because there is a paradox here that we have to keep in mind. The United States are the best equipped country in the world when it comes to cyber capabilities, especially in cyber offensive capabilities. So theoretically, if we want to talk about balance of power, but I leave this to you to have fun on it, and deterrence, which is another issue which is problematic in cyberspace, because you need to know the capabilities of your adversary to do deterrence, so this is another issue. But despite being them the most capable in technical skills in cyber warfare scenarios, they are the most susceptible to cyber wars. Why so? Because we have to play all with the same game, you know, game theory. So if we play for an open, safe, and available for everyone internet, we of course leave some doors open for malicious actors. And paradoxically, China, Russia, that have the technically capability of putting all their internet outside of what is internet connected domain in the world. So to elevate it on their own cloud, pass me the term, not to be too technical, gives them a strategic advantage in this sense. So yes, it's true that capabilities are important, but also let's think, I love to say, not fall in love with technology, because technology is neutral. It's the way you use technology that makes sense of it. And therefore I think what can be done at international level by partners is to create consensus, of course, on what are the rules, but at the same time strengthening capacity building in those nations that could be susceptible of cyber attacks. And this also technically speaking. So if some state is more capable, then have to try to help other states that are more susceptible in this sense. I don't know if I answer your question, but...
Okay, so I will have to comment one from, let's say, quantum perspective. Regarding quantum, especially quantum computing, there is a lot of interest from defense and especially intelligence, because, let's say, future quantum computers will be able to break the present encryptions. That's a pretty big thing. Not only that they can, in principle, such a quantum computer will be there here like in 10 years, but it's threat already now, because, for example, if over network you are sending some secret information, let's say EU secret you need to keep like 30 years, but quantum computer will be in 10 years. And it's known about China that they are already collecting this information, let's say public key and encrypted files, and in 10 years, let's say, they can decrypt your secret. So from this perspective, it's a threat already. We already have also some mitigation in form like quantum communication or post-quantum cryptography. So from this perspective, there is a lot of interest. For example, even NATO has own quantum technology strategies. So it's pretty strategical things in a long-term vision, but some kind of mitigation we should start already. My second comment, I will divert a little bit from quantum, because I also have, let's say, some insight to Ukraine. And I think to say how much it's important or not is if you see in real conditions, in a real battlefield at Ukraine. So probably most of you heard about this artillery Uber from Ukraine that is extremely effective, and they use actually much less ammunition compared to Russian, with a much higher effectivity. But there are opposite examples, like when Elon Musk shut down Starlink in particular areas. So it's extremely complicated. For example, some offensive operation by Ukraine. So it seems it's critical, even if they use, let's say, old weapon systems from Second World War, artillery. It seems that these digital technologies are anyway the core part of this battlefield, and it's showing importance at a real battlefield. And apart, of course, there is this gray zone around regarding hacking, attacking, and so on. That's let's say different level of the same building.
Wonderful, thank you. Miles.
All right, thank you. We say military, right? Military actually is a very inaccurate term. The proper designation of military should be National Defense Force. Right? If that's the case, national defense is the ultimate mission of any military. So you defend the nation, not only through a kinetic operation, but also in the case where cyber has been used, digital era has been used as a tool of war against your commercial interest, against your national interest. So in that sense, absolutely should be the mission, part of the mission of national defense forces, right? So Defense Department in the United States, for example, we do have a lot of those responses. The U.S. Navy, for example, has established a 10th fleet. That is basically, dealing with the cyber issue, dealing with many of these challenges. And we also have a new combatant command. It's called Cyber Command. Which this is one of the U.S. has now 11 combatant commands right now. Now that's 11th is a cyber command, which is huge. 25 minutes from where I live, so in Maryland. So yes, should definitely be part of the national defense military. Secondly, the military has been sort of at the sort of front line of developing military tools and benefit civilian life. One of the best examples is GPS. GPS is run by the U.S. Department of Defense. Everybody benefits from that. An airplane cannot really fly right now without that GPS guidance. And many other ways to do. I mean, the Uber, everything's rely on that. Of course, you have some other competitors for that, but GPS is by far the best, right? So that's just one example. But I think right now, one of the major issues when it comes to, or you mentioned about law, rules-based international wars have to be regulated by War Geneva Convention. We really need to have a international agreement, convention on cyber warfare. We don't have that. The only thing we have is about something called the Budapest Convention. That was right after, I believe, 1992, 93. It's about how to combat bank fraud, mostly. Cyber crimes. At the time, I don't think it's called cyber. Basically, people try to. I mean, this is a big thing, right? So, what is a cyber action? When is a cyber action is considered as an act of war, right? And in what way it should be legal or illegal? Cyber actions in warfare. If cyber war is really a real thing, it is a real thing. So we do not have that. I think the rule setting capability is the hallmark of the Western democracies. And I think, either EU, NATO, or United States, somebody has to take the lead to really, to have a international convention that is clear. It's clear. So that's something that we have yet to do. It's a new domain, as I said earlier. It's a very challenging, yet very exciting. Czech Republic is on the forefront of many of the cyber. I believe that during the Trump administration, we had one cyber meeting, either here or in Warsaw. But again, Eastern Europe has a great future in that. Take that lead.
Thank you so much. I hope that František will confirm your words that the Czech armed forces are indeed leading the way. We saw that in COVID, right? Many of the digital projects were supported by the Czech armed forces, right?
Yeah, yes, okay, before I switch to COVID, if I may. Your question actually, if I remember it well, was that should the military lead the research and development? Is that right? I would slightly modify that question because I would ask, can the military? And this is crucial, this can is crucial because really it's changed since the fall of the curtain wall, actually, when the world opened, thanks to the internet, ARPANET, originally you mentioned. and the exchange of knowledge, access to all the knowledge, which did one thing, speeded up the research and development. So we saw one of the quickest pace, actually, in research and development in the past dozens of years in history, I would say. But on the other hand, it inevitably led and leads still to the state is losing the control over the sensitive information, sensitive research, I mean, and development. Because look at that, it's a great example, is the Elon Musk and NASA. NASA led the private industry to run the space show, actually. And I'm really looking forward how they're going to get it back under the control when you will need it. I have my doubts, but you know, I don't want to be a bad prophecy, to make a bad prophecy. So I think that we are still able to keep some research and development strictly under our control, under the control of the state, but we are, in that sense, we are, I would say, it's hard to say a percentage, but it's much more difficult to keep the pace. Because first you have to develop, research, develop, then implement. It lasts some time, and then to use it for some period of time. And that's hardware thinking. We still have in the defense domain, actually, that hardware thinking means that I'm buying the platform, and I'm buying it not for 10 years, not for 20 years, but usually for 30 years is a life cycle with some midlife upgrade. You know, F-35, so I'm saying I'm buying for something like 35, 40 years, actually. So this hardware thinking is a barrier for keeping the pace and quick exchange in the sense of the cyber defense, etc. And if I may, and I'll just react a bit, I absolutely agree that we need some conventions, how to keep the warfare behind some fence, how to control the cyberspace, actually. But must be frank, we are mixing our wishes and the correct wishes, actually, with the reality. Our life is much more slower. That's the mentality. Our brains, our adaptability are much more slower than you would expect and you would want. Internet, let's say since 90s until now, it's how much, 35 years later, or 30 years later, we were not be able to fully found the convention or some legal measures how to globally control the internet. So now the cyberspace is something bigger. We are talking about the quantum technologies. It's absolutely, for 30 years we were unable to find a way how to control the internet, and we want to control something which is 2 levels above that. So I'm not saying that this ambition is bad and is wrong, but it's always important to have it in mind at the beginning. Where we are now, we are still on the beginning, 30 years after the internet, actually. So, and concerning COVID, the COVID was very important and great lessons learned, actually, for the Czech military, I must say. This is not the role to the military to create some agenda system for the whole state in the midst of some infectious, you know, disaster, something how to call it. But the military took that responsibility when it was asked, the Czech military actually, and created very innovative and, let's say, simple applications, which were lately absolutely correctly passed to the rights institutions, that mean hygienic institutions, are it's called, you know. But we learned a lot, and for example, the last year we slightly changed the act, you know, so we now as a military, or military defense sector, our Ministry of Defense, we can access the agendas of the states. So we don't need at the moment to call up the guys to come to some spot and show them up, show their up, you know, to know who they are, what's their name, where they are living, etc. So we are unable to check the population. And we are using, or the military is using actually, the knowledge from the development of their applications from the COVID for the same purpose, to work in the agendas to get the data from there securely and look at that. So this is one of the examples when really as Czech Armed Forces and Czech MOD was like a step before the others. But I would say in other domains, for example, I mentioned the F-35s, if you look at the, I don't know, it's 8 million lines of code, I think. So you're just buying it at the centric platform, trying to integrate it to other platforms, but you will not be able to develop it, you know, implement it in a country such as Czech Republic. It's at the beginning of the 20s we were able to produce or manufacture fighter planes and bomber planes even, but they were wooden actually. But we are not able to do it now. Sorry for the length.
No. We're still contributing to the F-35s by designing some sort of a grid. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, this is, yeah, the cooperation of F-35 is there. I don't want to make it longer, but if you would be interested, it's the great example how I remember when you start to discuss the F-35 and start to learn about that. It was first and bad impression, and you can quite often can read it in the papers, for example. This is not the fighter plane. This is not the fighter plane as we know it. This is something totally else, something totally new, and really you need to implement it and integrate it throughout all domains because it can cooperate. It's a joint twice, 3 times emphasis. No, but we can discuss it later.
Now, and I think, allow me to go back to something that we've discussed, and that's the centrality of a human mind, a human brain, to anything that we do. Digital, all that, but at the end of the day, we are pushing the buttons, right? Although we can discuss whether there is a need for the human operator to be there to push the button to shoot down a target or whatnot. If I may, I think war is, by definition, a human endeavor. No other creatures fight wars for no reason. Only we do, and we develop technologies, digital technologies, to make it easier for us to kill more other humans. I've read somewhere recently that it is not only the kinetic that is killing or destroying targets that is important at war, and I've heard it here from you, it's also the narrative. That is the story that we tell and we send through cyberspace that will, if not win completely, but help us win the future wars or even the current ones. Do you have any views on that? I'll start from the middle. Michal, do you want to?
Okay, so interesting topic. From quantum perspective, I guess I cannot say much. Maybe a few examples regarding narrative, because it's indeed important aspect, not only in the time of war, but let's say all the time, when especially the big countries, big nations want to, let's say, push forward their ideology. So for example, in case of quantum, because I'm trying to follow, let's say, everything quantum, especially in China, several times happened, they had very strong claims, like they develop a quantum radar. Quantum radar is something that theoretically can work, practically it cannot work. Anyway, they make several strong claims, like a message for the United States, like, hey, we have quantum radar, now your, that time it was just starting, F-35, the 5th generation jets, you can forget about them because with quantum radar they are not stealth anymore, we can see them. But today we know, or already deep experts already at that time know that that's sorry to say bullshit, but you know, experts, but not let's say global audience where they wrote about in let's say civil magazines, but well-read magazines. So that's let's say one specific example how it works with the using of quantum.
Wonderful, thank you. Miles, do you have a take on
yeah,
digital
you know,
narrative?
this is a very, very big, a little bit philosophical, right? Because you know, when you deal with the human mind, let me just very briefly explain what I think is the case, the problem. Human gains knowledge mostly through two ways. One is called the deductive reasoning. Another one is inductive reasoning. This is basically 18th century Enlightenment idea, right? Deductive reasoning basically means that you will start with something that's absolutely true. Say at the time, you know, Newton came up with the 3 laws of the universe. So you start with something absolutely proven true, and then you go there to get knowledge. This is a very important part of the epistemology, right? That's how you gain knowledge. You start with something and you deduce, you expand. For example, I say, you know, people in Czechoslovakia, people in Czech Republic are very nice. Then you are a Czech, and therefore you're a very nice person. That's how I know. That's our knowledge, right? So you start with something that's very true, that people in Czech Republic are very nice. That's true, right? Now, how does it relate to this? China, for example, they would exploit this very, they say, you know, hey, listen, United States supporting Taiwanese independence. So that, with the assumption, that's with the assumption that, first of all, there is a Taiwanese independence movement. Number two, United States does support that. So what's the policy implication? How the United States respond? So the United States government basically foolishly said, always defend, no, we don't support Taiwanese independence. And boom, that's what they want. That's the quote. That's basically the policy. United States government does not support Taiwanese independence. Then you fall into the trap. Number one, there's no Taiwanese independence. Taiwan is already an independent country. I mean, there's no need for declare independence because, you know, independence is status quo. Status quo is independence because Taiwan has been running like an independent country for over, what, 70 years, right? So it has its own military, it has its own ministry of everything. It has its own governance ethos. Everything is different. Not 1 inch of Taiwanese territory has been ruled by the People's Republic of China. So it's an independent country. So that's a false premise. Secondly, United States support Taiwanese independence. We don't care about Taiwanese independence or not, because it has to be decided by people in Taiwan, they vote or not. And so that's why when you say, no, we're not doing that, and then you get into the trap. That's how China exploits this kind of human psychology. Second methods of gaining knowledge is, everybody does this, is through inductive. In other words, you don't know what's going on, but you collect a whole bunch of evidence and cases, and gradually you find a solution, right? That's how you make a judgment, right? So most of the modern sciences are deductive. They use experimental sciences, right? They use labs, and they use data. You collect a whole bunch of things and you study them, and that's how you get knowledge. Now, China also does very well. So they are expert in exploring human psychology, human knowledge. That brings me to TikTok, right? So TikTok is a very good example. Now, you go to China, you ask 10 people, who are the Uyghurs? 9 out of 10 people will tell you they're terrorists. They're not kidding, they're not just faking it. They believe that. The reason is that because Chinese government controls all the access of collecting data, of collecting information, of collecting, sort of cases, right? That because they control the access to information, number one. Number two, they control the interpretative framework of information. So they give you all the information that they like you to have. That's because no Facebook, no Google, you know, nothing there. And then what I have is WeChat, Baidu, you know, and the official TV and the official newspaper. They all have the same message. The Uyghurs are terrible, they're terrorists, they knife people. So that's how your frame, your mind is controlled. TikTok is important because TikTok is very popular, is extremely popular among young people. So the Chinese government's purpose of supporting TikTok, this very popular social media platform, is to hope someday in the near future when the American high schooler is asked a question, 10 of them, 10 high school scholars from the United States asking, is the American democracy better than the Chinese democracy? They were hoping 9 out of 10 would say no. That's the ultimate end game of TikTok for the Chinese government. So they control how you gain knowledge through deductive and inductive reasoning. It's very philosophical, but it has a grave policy implication.
Francesco, that's probably to you. So how do we reconcile protecting or defending Western democracies against the evil things like TikTok?
Well, there is much to say, but I think that you have to acknowledge, yes, the philosophical dimension of it was very nice word placed there. You have to think about the evolution of society to what has been defined in the 90s by Castells, the network society. You know, there are scholars that like to redefine and reframe our societies every few years, but it's good because they're updating what the perception is. And this has to deal with the so-called technological determinism. That's why I said before, like, technology has to be thought of neutral when addressing it for strategic purposes such as deterrence, some military, cybersecurity, whatever. But it's not neutral in the way it's affecting our society. And that's thoughts from the Toronto school. So we go back to Toronto in the 50s, McLuhan, and all political scientists that acknowledged how technology is shaping behaviors and an understanding of a society. It became a bit more complicated when it's an algorithm deciding for you. And how we came there, like how many of you are getting information and news online? Lift your hand, don't be shy. We are one, two, be honest. 3 people only, I don't believe it. Like that you actively get news from the internet, like half of you. And how many of you like reading newspaper, printed newspaper? Like, you know, well, a few of you I can see. Why so? Because it's, of course, more comfortable to have it on the screen, or sometimes you first get the news and then you go to verify if you are, you know, interested in the topic. That's where technological determinism has a consequence in our society. What the brief century, how is it, the translation in English, Hobsbawm, wrote a nice book, no? Defining the past century as a lot of things happened, and technology is one of that he didn't describe maybe, but it's perhaps the most important. What happened, that the information from being on a vertical, right, from a professional to the information, that's why I asked print newspaper. When there is a process, a procedure, when journalists have to follow to verify information, to obey to, you know, a code of conduct in delivering this information, was from top to mass, to us buying the data. So there was some kind of filter. There could be some biases according to which kind of journal you would buy, more leaning to the left, more leaning to conservatism, but more or less news were the same. What happened with digitalization, the broadening of this surface of digital and cyberspace, and what we already told about, that information is not from in a vertical anymore, but it's from network to network. You said about TikTok, but it can be Telegram. So there is a chat on Telegram that is delivering some information to another network of people. There is, you know, from one to many, there is mass to mass communication, right? And there's a gray zone here. The gray zone when this information can happen, because there is no filter, there is no professional guarantee of professionalism. And if on this you apply a very well thought of algorithm, you know, to better understand you, your feelings, your emotions, because unfortunately we have algorithms that understand pretty well our emotions, you can get to know the users and you can target them with specific information. Now, this is modern advertising. We can be happy or not. We live in capitalism. I'm happy about it. But, and so you receive, if you look on internet a lot, if you search a lot about Caraibi, probably you will receive some deal to go next fall in a Caribbean island. Yes, but if someone has an application like the one that you mentioned, Ming, when they want to feed you with misinformation, disinformation, trying to destabilize, by destabilizing your mind, your country, especially when there are conflicts happening, or regions where there is no freedom of information, and that's a lot more scary. And one last thing, and it's a provocation, but for everyone, not only for us in the panel, there is no need to be at war in military terms, to be at information war with other countries. Like, remember this, bring it at home, because that's very important. Nowadays, sad reality that you don't need to be at war, declaring war to someone to do information warfare.
Wonderful, thank you, František. I mean, this is a wonderful topic for you as a former journalist and now a First Deputy Minister of Defense. Choose whichever hat you want to wear right now.
Yeah, it's so broad. I'm just thinking how to simplify it and to be short, actually. First, you asked about democracy, how to keep it. This is what we are discussing for dozens and dozens of years. That doesn't mean that we have a new means like the internet now or social media or something like that, that the history totally changed. No. Why not? Because we as humans and the brains you're talking about are changing. They are unable to keep the pace with that. So we are changing slowly. We are adapting it slowly than we would like to see. Sometimes we are looking to the history that we are tending to see the changes like the ruptures in the time, very short period of time. But it's never happened. It was always the longer periods of time. Look at, for example, the Industrial Revolution, the 19th century, etc. So, how to preserve it and keep it? The advice would be still the same. It's the education, it's a learning, it's a discussion. First, the whole, not only in the schools, of course in the schools, lead by principles. These are solid grounds which are valid even in the 21st century, full of miracles, actually. And cannot forget that. Social media, for me as a journalist, when I started back in the 1990s, actually, it was a bit different, full of hopes, and still I used to work in the TV and then on the print media, actually. What's changed? For me, I'm thinking about that quite often. How I consume the news now, nowadays and back then. And my conclusion is, and maybe I'm exceptions, maybe you all are different, I'm consuming almost the same amount of the news every day because I'm unable to consume more. And it doesn't matter if it's in the paper or digital, it doesn't matter. And how I selecting those news, of course this is golden rule. I'm always looking for what interests me most. Of course, when I see something about the military, I'm reading that. Somebody who thinking and loves the healthcare would, of course, first choose the healthcare. The social medias, what social medias did, we thought beginning that the social medias could be a uniting platform, like that we can discuss there everyone. we can find and looking for some common understanding, explanation of the things. But they did opposite. They are creating the bubbles and a groupthink. And if you look at the history, groupthink led always to the worst thing in history and the worst mistake. So this is good to have in mind. And I wanted to say something about the how brain cope with the man in the loop, and not what was were original questions, but I'm stopping here because I don't want to take a floor forever.
Well, thank you. Well, the clock has already turned red for us, so we have last 8 minutes, in which I would love to I would love to ask you for some concluding remarks, and I would tempt you to be provocative, scary, because that's, you know, it's always good to leave the audience slightly scared when they go home and sort of contemplate about, you know, what they've heard. So again, I'll start with Miles. If you could have some concluding remarks, please.
So my students always think the world is measurable. The world is run according to Newton's law, very Newtonian, very exact. So my job has always been to confuse them, to give them the dose of the fog of war. So words can be very, very precarious. There are many factors. They're very dynamic. They're like, you know, they're not Newtonian's world. They're the Einstein world, right? So different. I think the challenges facing us is daunting, are very daunting, and yet is very, I'm very optimistic because we face Vladimir Putin, we face Xi Jinping, we face a lot of bad guys over there in Tehran and in North Korea. Ultimately, that's because we don't pay enough concentrated attention on them. We normally, the Western democracy is very good at reaction, right? After Pearl Harbor, after, you know, the 9/11, the United States is very good at responding. So our job is actually to get ready and respond to that, have someone respond before tragedy like that happened. So this is what we're doing. And those things were very, very challenging. Always keep in mind that as frightening as the challenge posed by digital revolution to democracies, enemies of democracy, enemies of freedom, they are much more frightened as well, much more frightened by this than we are. So I always remind my students and my colleagues that as much as we are concerned about China's military and economic and cyber capabilities, the Chinese government, the leadership of CCP, they're much more paranoid about the impact of the free society. They're much more paranoid about the positive impact of technology. That's why they have to do what they are doing, right? This draconian surveillance system, this draconian transnational repression, because they were afraid. So I think the only way to combat that is to maximize their paranoia through transparency, through candor, and through self-confidence. The worst thing that could defeat us is ourselves. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. That was quite positive. Thank you. Michal, do you want to?
Yes, so I will conclude, let's say, with quantum. I would like to be happy. I can say with quantum all will be better. At some level, yes. For example, very nice application for quantum computing in the future when we will build them. They will be easier. They will be able to discover new medicine. That's definitely very positive. But at the end, it's just a tool, and it's just on us how we will use. And it's similar like with many other technologies. And yes, so.
Wonderful, thank you. Francesco, do you want to have last scary comment?
No, I mean, there is a shift, like that the whole society in many aspects. We planned to talk only about defense, but we spoke about a lot of different things. And we have to acknowledge, I think, that perhaps rather than a change, so determined change from technology, even if we acknowledge it at neutral, as I said again, and not to repeat myself, probably our society has been undergoing actually a metamorphosis because also of technology. And we will be the one that will determine the outcome of this. It can be bad, Kafka, can be good, Ovidio, Atin. It can be anything, because the quantum or application of AI can lead us to a lot of positive things. But at the same time, risks are always there. So not being naive, it's the first recommendation. And I think maybe yes, we have different models. We have probably, instead of a multipolar world in cyberspace, a messy polar world, like there is a mess, so therefore messy polar world. But if we have the capability through our democratic, and I finish, democratic best practices and example to lead this metamorphosis, then the world perhaps will be not impacted negatively with technology. Was a bit positive, a bit right?
Wonderful, thank you so much. František, last words, please.
Okay, I will try to keep it as short as possible, actually. I don't want to waste your time. Yeah, that's right, that we discussed more the philosophical issues behind that than the military applications. What I would say is that what I'm thinking about is all the applications or gadgets we have now, digital gadgets and technological things, they are not so different from a hammer, simple hammer. It's just a tool. It's just a tool. The tool can be used as the hammer, for example, to hit nails, actually, and to build the house, or to kill somebody. It can be used for good and bad purposes, and this is nothing else. Of course, we are living, we see how it's changing, revolutionary around us, the world is unsettled, but this principle is the same. And what is most important, I think, what we are fighting as humans from a dawn of our era is the freedom, actually. So probably, let's say, and let's throw the principles which are, let's say, endless and timeless. Sorry for the word, timeless. And let's keep them and think about them. The rest is just a tool, actually. The purpose of that tool is to make our lives better and not endanger them, not put us to jail under the continuous surveillance 24 hours, 7, 365. I would rather not use this if I would know that this is something like jail for me, actually. And this is important to have in mind. I don't know if you're satisfied with this answer, but...
Absolutely, and you kept the time, and you stole my thunder with my concluding remarks. So, gentlemen, thank you so much. What a fascinating debate. I think that we've shown that war is not, and defense is not just about the weapon systems, but it's more ethical, philosophical debates that need to be taken place to justify what we do. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Also, a round of applause for Kristina Sokupová, who brilliantly moderated this entire panel. Thank you. We've seen that the role of technology in the defense systems of our nations, and now we're going to slow the tempo a little bit before the final countdown, before the final debate of the day and indeed of the conference. But before I tell you what that is, please go and enjoy a refreshing coffee break. To everyone online, hope you're enjoying your time with us, and see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. All good? Yes, fantastic. Thank you very much to all the wonderful people making this conference happen, including the guys that look after the sound, our esteemed translators as well, and everyone making it happen, because it's not easy to put something like this together, and I really want to thank them all, and also the lights. It's like we're at a disco. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're up to our final debate of the two-day conference that we have just experienced. We have been speaking about artificial intelligence, digitalization, all these big themes, but fundamentally everything is down to education and making sure that we can educate not only ourselves but also the people around us to make sure that we can keep up with the trends. About this is going to be the very next debate, which is going to be specifically about innovation in education and the digitalization of the educational and labor market. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard a statistic yesterday that 70% of the jobs that the future generations will be doing when they grow up don't exist yet. So how does the educational system deal with this? How do we deal with this? Well, we have to innovate it, and we have to innovate it a hell of a lot. I would like to invite our panelists and our esteemed moderator up on the podium with me to share their thoughts, please. So, it is your last debate. Use that Slido, ask the questions online, make sure that you participate as well, and I leave you in the more than capable hands of Barbara Malinovská, who's a mentor and coach in leadership and digitalization, who shall guide you through this very final debate. Please enjoy.
Thank you, Sarah, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to be the moderator of the very last part of this conference, of the conference Digital Europe. As Sarah mentioned, my name is Barbara Malinovská. I'm involved in the topics digitalization and leadership, and I'm very happy to have here the four panelists with me, who are the Dr. Vojtěch Petráček, who is the rector of the Czech Technical University. So thank you very much for accepting the invitation. Then we have here Eva Hollings, who is the leader and founder of the portal learn.cz, and she is involved in English education, where she is teaching students English language not only by teaching them the vocabulary, but combining technical knowledge using digital tools and helping them describe what they would like to see. So thank you, Eva, and welcome. We have here Petr Podrocký. Petr is leading a non-profit organization, 42 Prague, which democratizes education and empowers the next generation of digital creators. It's a non-profit coding institution focusing on IT skills trainings. Hello, Petr. Thank you. And last but not least is Jeff Sheridan, who is the founder of Matrix, Internet, Europe's leading digital agency, a huge enthusiast for all digital, being here with us, coming from Ireland. Thank you, Jeff, and welcome. It is said that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. This sentence or this quote was said by Mr. Toffler, a futurist, and I have to be honest, I cannot agree more with them, and I'm very happy that we'll be spending the next 69 minutes on the topic of education and how the digital technologies can help us with innovations and with this being fulfilled. I would like to start with some individual questions so that our audience has the opportunity to get to know you a little bit better. So, Mr. Petráček, if I could ask you, well, your career path and the dedication of science are very impressive to me. You have been the rector of the Czech Technical University now since 2018. You have been involved in many projects on international level as well. What are currently the projects that you are involved in, and what are you most proud of?
Good afternoon. So I'm by profession, I'm physicist, a particle physicist. So I spent most of my life before this rector career at certain experiments dealing with the quark matter detection. And actually, of course, after 15 years in function of vice rector or rector, this is just the past, I must say, because you, of course, lose contact because these functions were really demanding, time demanding. Of course, it's a management role which has to be learned, and I'm currently pushing forward a project for university. Actually, we will be discussing some of them today, and just today and in the last couple of days we are starting very important project in education of chip design together with Taiwanese colleagues and Chip Center of Competence with other partners from Czech Republic, with Brno Technology University and industrial partners. So in this digitalization conference, I think it's good to say that we are dealing with education of future experts in chip design, chip production, and everything what is necessary for digitalization.
Thank you very much. It sounds really exciting, and I'm looking forward to learn more about the projects and about chip design, as well to see that digitalization is not only about learning how to use Excel or some computer programs, but that it is a much deeper topic that many of us might think. Thank you. Iva, as we mentioned in the beginning, you are combining English skills and creativity with the children. What brought you to this? Why did you choose this way?
I was actually teaching at ČVUT when COVID happened to everyone and classes moved online and the dynamics changed not for the better. It was much harder to get engagement from my students, and I'm there teaching presentation skills to our future IT professionals, and I ended up quitting because I failed to compel them to speak, and I felt I need something that is so engaging that every person wants to express. And I worked in IT for a few years. During this time, I started exploring with AI image generation technology, and I am also an amateur artist, so I loved it. In that community, and it's a close community of the developers and the users, which I love, many people who were technically skilled struggled with their outcomes because Mid-Journey understands only English. Oftentimes, they understood the parameters, their ideal for what they wanted was there, but the language got in the way, and I found myself helping them. I became the go-to person. I was teaching English again, and I was doing it for free and with joy. And I think these are things that are like green flags in our life, right? So I thought, I will teach Czech school children how to prompt, and that way they can create their own images, and we'll get a little excitement back in the classroom. That's how it started.
That's perfect, and we'll come to the topic of creativity in a couple of minutes when introducing the first block of questions. Thank you, Iva. Peter, as mentioned in the beginning, you are the leader of 42 Prague, which is a non-profit organization focusing on IT trainings as well. And I found the concept quite unique because it's a free education that is, if I understood it correctly, open to anyone. It's self-paced and it's based on peer-to-peer learning. So why did you choose to go this way? Why did you choose this concept and so not something let's say, more traditional?
Hello, thank you. It's an honor to be here with all of you. So 42 Prague basically belongs to a network of 42 other campuses worldwide. Currently we have 54 campuses worldwide. So we are part of a big network, and it all started in France in 2013 when the idea was to offer something, as an alternative to the classical educational system, because the world of IT makes it possible to do it peer-to-peer and open to everyone. So we decided to bring it to Prague and offer free IT programming education to all. The only prerequisite is you have to be 18 years older, no matter of your background. And we have no teachers, we have no classrooms. We offer our pedagogical content completely online. But it's peer-to-peer learning, so it's not online learning. We have our campus here in Prague, and the students have to come in person, and they learn from each other. They have the guidelines, and they complete the projects that are gamified. And that creates not only the content and the know-how that they learn for programming, but also creates a community that in IT field is very important.
Yeah, perfect. Sounds great, and I would really like to participate in such education as well, to be honest. Thank you, Petr. And last introduction for Jeff. Jeff, you are managing a digital agency, and I found out that you are leading several international projects that should support digital transformation or cybersecurity. So could you just tell us more about the projects?
Děkuji. Srdečně Javier Virjani. Sorry. So my name is Jeff from Matrix, and we are a digital agency based out of Ireland, and we have 50 people from 22 different countries. So we are a real orchestra of the best of Europe, including, I might tell you a short story about our head of development who's Czech, and this is maybe a microcosm of the best of Czech thinking. So about 14 years ago we were recruiting for a senior technical guy or girl, and we had interviews and we filled the position, and then we got a phone call from Tomas, who's from Prague, and he said, I'd like to come and do the interview. And I said, well, actually the job is filled. And he said, I'd like to come anyway and say hello. So he came in, and I said, well, the position is filled, however, we have a problem that we've had for 6 months. And I said, if you can help us solve this problem, this will be a big sign. So he sat down, and 8 hours later he came back and he said, this is the problem solved. And I said, okay, I have no job for you, but I want you on the team. And he is now our head of development, leading some major projects in the EU. So this is a really good story about, I suppose, the best of Europe coming together and the differences. And one thing for us as a company is that we try to put people together with different skill sets. We have a project right now at the moment where we have teenagers working with, we have other people on our team who are in their 60s. And they are working together, and everybody else in between. And the more ideas, the more of a bank of creativity, the more solutions come.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And as many of you might have just heard, there was the word creativity mentioned several times, I think, by all of our panelists. I found some data for this. According to the World Economic Forum, the top skills for the year 2025, so not very far away, should be analytical thinking, it should be creativity, emotional intelligence, and technological proficiency. So I'm very happy that we have the 4 panelists here with us, because I believe that they bring really a wealth of knowledge with them for these 4 points. Mr. Petráček, about 5 years ago, in an interview for Perpetuum, you said that the knowledge and skills of current students in mathematics, physics, and analytical reasoning have declined significantly. On the other hand, the current incoming students have an excellent command of modern technologies of communication, data collection, or programming, and they are also much better prepared in terms of language. Do you think that the situation has changed since the last 5 years, or how do you perceive the level of skills and competences?
Well, unfortunately not. It's still going in that, to my sense, wrong direction. Of course, the modern technology brings many of us, many of young children and students to the better level of usage of this technology as users, but actually there is still, I see it in many directions, still a higher lack of reasoning, of rational analysis, and of course the skills in STEM subjects. This is fundamental problem because in many fields you see even in decisive layers of society a lack of people who are able to analyze the problem or strategically plan. And if this stays like that, we will be in a deep trouble. So there should be something done, some adjustments in the education, especially and particularly of the STEM subjects, which really have to be emphasized more, and it shouldn't be a let's say, usual phrase of celebrities that they didn't like mathematics during their studies and that it's okay. Actually, it's not okay. At least some logical reasoning, some logical concepts can bring everyone out of this, even with the mark 4 at the end, but it still helps. So the situation is still not good.
And what do you think that we can do to prevent this, or somehow to get it to the good level?
Well, we are thinking a lot with other rectors about this, and not only us, of course. Many people are thinking about this. My recipe would be to bring more teachers of STEM subjects out of the universities where the STEM is, or the research using STEM is performed, from technical universities, from universities where you have mathematics, physics and natural sciences. And if these universities will generate from some of the abiturients also teachers, can be done. We are starting now 7 such programs. Then after some time there will be more teachers who able to explain to students why it is worth to invest into mathematics, into physics, into other subjects. And it's not just a boring, demanding subject which deters almost everyone. So this would help in some time, but it's the time constant of this regulation is 10 years maybe, so it will not be fast.
Yeah, 10 years, maybe even more. When you mentioned all the celebrities that are then posting that knowing mathematics is not very important. Jeff, you are acting on an international level. Do you see any differences there, or do you have any approaches that you could share with us that are working abroad?
One of the things that I see on a lot of European projects is that the technology is developing fast, but the take-up, the transition in the real world is a bit slower. And I think this is a problem. And it's something that we realized on some of our projects was that we, for example, I've just come from Brussels where we are developing a cybersecurity program, a qualification in masters. And the Technology University in Brno are one of the leading players on this proposal or on this project. And one of the things that we realized was that we were aiming the qualifications at specialists, but not bringing along some of the decision makers. Some of the decision makers in industry, business owners, business leaders, etc., they don't necessarily know where these things fit in. And it's important to bridge and to make it more real to them. If they feel that AI, quantum computing, cybersecurity, if they can understand it and where it fits into their business, and also where it makes them competitive, now you start to talk their language and these topics become more real. And also, this is the same for people who are training, people who want these skills. If they feel that AI is something that's way away from them, they will just wait for 5 or 10 years, hopefully not, for it to come to their desk. But if we want people to engage with these technologies now, we have to make it real and we have to tie it into their concerns. So in business, this always comes back to competitiveness, which is, it's just reality. And also for candidates and students and young people coming up, they will work out, will this be good for my career? Is this going to be exciting? Will I be able to do meaningful work? And that is the job that we need to do, is to translate and to provide the bridge between really exciting technology and the real world.
Yeah, and to me it sounds, so what you are saying to me, it sounds that we need to focus on communication of the benefits and maybe the connection between, for example, mathematics with the real world much more than we are doing. Because I can imagine, I don't know how it was for our audience, but when I was back at school, very often mathematics was just counting some random numbers and no one knew where we could apply it in the real life.
Yes, this is true, and I have 3 daughters, and the eldest is 15 years of age, and she would say to me regularly, come to me with maths problems, and can you help me? And she would say, well, maybe girls are just not good at maths. And I said, this is possibly the problem, in that we have cultural traditions or stereotypes which have come from a long way, and we need to reimagine those, because if we can get people to reimagine their own future and their own skill sets, it becomes more real and things will move faster.
Yeah, thank you. And Peter, do you have any data or any observations about the analytical thinking and analytical competence of the students that come to you, to your school?
Yes, actually last year 11,000 people registered to study with us, and we were only able to take 400. And part of the application process at 42 Prague are 2 logic online games that they need to play, where basically we also test the perseverance, but also analytical skills as well. And 20% of those applicants pass those online tests. So we see that the world now created a feeling that everyone can do programming and coding. Everyone thinks that after 1 week at school, they will learn how to do famous Apple applications and sell them for millions, which is not true. So when the people get the reality of programming, and our program runs in C language or C++, C#, those are the basics, the mothers of programming languages. What are the functions, what are the analytical thinking they need to understand. And we see that a lot of young people who want to study that is an obstacle for them that they cannot overpass. Luckily, currently 300 students are studying and will be able to finish the program. So we see a hope, but we still need to promote that analytical thinking more, even probably more with AI. So the AI doesn't take the last pieces of analytical thinking that people have.
And you mentioned that 300 people are studying. Is it enough compared to the demand that you see from the companies?
No. The job market for the IT junior developers or the full stack developers in Czech Republic is critical. So it's actually students just putting that they are studying at 42 Prague in LinkedIn means that the recruiters are jumping at them. But that's why we need to create these more opportunities and more probably educational contents to create more IT and software developers.
Yeah, thank you. I read from Eva that she's trying to make the lessons to her students not only useful but as well interesting, which was something that really caught my eye, I have to say, because I believe that making lessons and making the stuff that the children and students are learning, not only at school but in any kind of education, might be the way how to make it more attractive to them when we see how much time we all spend in social media and how difficult it is for any one of us to stay focused on one topic. Eva, regarding the skills and competencies that we have been talking about now, do you have any point of view on that? How do you see it?
In terms of focus and the value of having lessons that are interesting? Yes. Most smart people enjoy learning, and children enjoy playing. And I think there's this misconception that education must be a boring, difficult thing that you must force yourself through because you have discipline and goals. And I think we underestimate how much children can enjoy learning. If they're bored and unfocused, maybe we're not teaching them enough. So my concept is about both, they already know English by the time they're in my program. The thing is to activate what they know. So language is not absorbing information. It's an internal to outward process that requires that you have something to say. That's where prompting comes in. And they learn IT skills. And more importantly, I teach them to work in teams. So creative collaboration is crucial for the future. And the skills, the soft skills involved in coming to a creative outcome together, really important. So there's always something to be learned. And in my experience, the kids love it. They beg to go first. They beg to be the ones that can run the prompt. And they always chime in with their thoughts on others' prompts respectfully, because that's rule number one. So yeah, I think kids are able to learn so much more than we give them.
And what would you then recommend to other teachers so that their lessons are as well so interesting?
Don't be afraid of games. There's a reason children enjoy games, and you can gamify anything. I run there's an application called Night Zookeeper. It's suitable even for preschool and first graders. You create your own avatar, and then that avatar plays lots and lots of video games, and each and every game is you're putting words in the right order, or you're choosing which word is spelled correctly. They're called games. They're no different from a worksheet, except it saves paper.
Yeah, thank you. And I believe that gamification can work very well with especially children or pupils. Mr. Petráček, do you have any insights how your teachers or what the professors at Czech Technical University are doing to make their lessons and their lectures interesting to the students?
Well, of course, pedagogical skills of, 300 professors and let's say 600 associated professors. I'm not able to know in details, but I know that they are trying, of course, as much as they can do. They went to online during the COVID, and of course these materials are available for rehearsals, for listening next time to the lectures. They have some instruction tutorials also on video, but of course what is very important is personal contact. The online content is nice, but the explanation of something more complicated must be done in person, and that's of course necessary, especially in the technical disciplines. And I would like to add something to the previous question of talent and distribution of talent. Of course, there is some natural distribution of talent towards the STEM in the population. And this could be 25–30% able to go through the university level of this quality level which we have here, for example. And the problem is that if some talent or some percentage of talent is lost because of, let's say, teachers unable to motivate children or other aspects, then this percentage is lost. If you lose 5% of the population out of 25, it's a very high level of loss of talent in this direction, which is critically necessary for society. So to keep the talent, to find the talent in, let's say, students coming to the university with lower mathematical skills, but with talent, this is really demanding problem. How to do that? And we have to work on this very hard, just to keep the talent running.
Yeah, just to keep the talent running, and I believe keep the talent motivated.
Yes, of course.
Because in my opinion, you can try to motivate someone, but if the person decides that they will not be motivated, I'm not sure how much power we as external factors or players have there.
Of course, the motivation by example, by seeing what can be done with such kind of experiment or technology, this is very interesting motivation. In physics, It's the unknown, what we are trying to discover, and it's of course in other fields, other topics which are very far and very attractive. So I think this is a good motivation for researchers, for students becoming researchers, and even for young children, which would just see that some research is doing this, and it's very, very, very interesting problem. So we have to communicate what we are doing at the universities down back to the secondary schools and even to the primary, because let's say the direction or the opposition against mathematics that grows earlier than on the secondary school. And of course what is done in families is also very important. The overall attitude towards the technical sciences, towards technology, towards mathematics, which the children hear at home. This is important, that it should be positive. It's not sometimes, and this is another problem.
And it sounds like a systemic change then regarding mathematics, yeah? If we should involve all the families and the school system.
It must be a systemic change which must happen. You cannot do that on one of the levels of the education system. You really have to reach down to the families in a different way of communication, of course, but at a school level, the motivation should be done as much as possible. But it must be done by the state and, of course, all other stakeholders, but on all levels at the same time.
Which is, I believe, the most difficult part. Gentlemen, would you like to add something to this topic?
Yes, I think what Wojciech says is very important, that education is changing, people's mindsets are changing, and this is a rapid period of technological breakthrough. I'm reminded of the expression that the beatings will continue until morale improves, and if we keep doing the same things, I think it's going to lead us into a bad path, and educators have, in my experience, adopted a very flexible approach to creating what I would call a magnet, that we can't push people in towards education. We need to create the magnet that they want it. And if we can create the magnet, it will become a lot easier. But this requires people at the top of academia to adopt very flexible mindsets. And I think they are doing that, and they're becoming more open-minded. I'm very lucky to be speaking also today, but regularly at tables with very clever people in academia, and a lot of lecturers and professors, and they tell me lots of stories about their students. Using ChatGPT to write assessments and trying to be clever, to find their ways around things, but also the difficulties with motivation, getting people to come to physical lectures if that's what they want, and getting them to engage. And they've adopted a lot of new tactics, and I think play is one of them. I think Salvador Dali used to have an expression that we are born as children, we like to play, and the challenge is to stay through your whole life still learning how to play and to keep the child somewhere. And I think what Eva said is very right, that we have to be open to play, gamification, and being a little bit more flexible, that people learn in different ways, because these are digital natives now who've grown up with this thing in their hand, and we are not going to change this. So we can either we can try and be the restrictors, or we can go with it and make the best of it. And I think the people who are getting the best results in education are the people who are embracing the change and allowing more of the play.
Thank you. I read today an article that according to the latest PISA results, the Czech students have the third lowest level of self-confidence in creativity. When they are trying to create something, they, let's say, already in the beginning believe that they will fail, and they do not trust themselves. Eva, do you work with this somehow, or do you see this pattern with your students?
I would say my Czech students are also the ones most terrified of making a mistake. And so both mistake making and being creative with some predefined idea of how good it must be, we need the play, creative things that should be a playful process. I think Czechs have very high standards. Yeah. But some of the greatest artists are Czech, so
So it looks like someone found the way, yeah, how to fight this low self-confidence in creativity.
How can you help someone find self-confidence in creativity? Well, my shortcut is not something that every artist approves of, but I think that by showing someone how to use AI, you take the focus off of how well executed the piece is and put the focus back on what is your idea in the first place. What are you trying to express and why? Focus on the concept and let Midjourney do a mind-blowing representation. Without that idea, Midjourney is just pretty pixels.
Thank you. And Peter, what are you doing to avoid this low self-confidence with your students, or this fear of making a mistake?
Well, in one of our introduction presentation to all applicants, we said basically 4 learns that the students learn. They learn how to code, they learn how to learn, because they need to find a way how to learn programming. They learn new people, and they also learn how to fail. In IT and programming, it's so easy to fail. Your code just will not work. And we actually embrace failing, and we celebrate when we hit a different error message, you know, after a certain time of debugging. And we see that because we have 30 nationalities of our students, so we're not only Czech students, but especially the Czechs and Slovaks, we see the fear of failing that they are bringing with them. You know, I'm afraid to fail the exam, and we say, you know, it's okay, because failing an exam, it shows you what you still need to learn, where are your gaps. So by embracing the failure, but in a positive way, the learning from mistakes, I believe we can build the self-confidence, and then the celebration of getting it and understanding the mistake. Then the celebration of it is then even higher.
Thank you. And Jeff, you are leading a team, if I'm not mistaken, that consists of about 22 different countries, right? Do you see any differences regarding this mindset with the people that you are leading, depending on the country they are from?
We definitely do. We don't see any differences with competences, but we do see national mindsets. So we have some German people on our team, and apologies if there's any Germans here, they love structure, and they don't like to break out of the structure. We have some German clients, and sometimes I would give them an agenda for today, and I might say, we might deviate by a few minutes, and I can see they start to sweat immediately. So, but with the Czech and Slovak people we have on their team, they're fantastic problem solvers, and what we try and do, we give them 3 things. We give them trust. We say, look, you have our trust, but you also have the freedom to find the problem, and we take away some of the pressure, and we look at ways to take away pressure, which can be a group dynamic, so we might put different people together. And I purposely always try to have different people, different age groups, different diversities from different places, and they work on it together. So there's a little bit less of the pressure, and they feel I can throw in some ideas, and it's not all on me, and this works. Interestingly, I was speaking to my father last weekend, and I said I was coming to the Czech Republic, and he was telling me about his Skoda car in the 1970s. And this was like a good love relationship. It had its high points and it had its low points. But what he said about the Skoda was it had some tools in the boot, in the back of the car, so you could fix most things. Things did go wrong, but that you had the ability to fix them. And I think that's one thing that we need to do with people, is give them the ability to solve problems, give them a tool set. So we're not giving them education that's too narrow. We're giving them a little bit of a broader and a mindset of solving problems by being creative together.
Eva, I see that you are nodding your head all the time. Would you like to add something on this topic? Do you have any thoughts?
I just really quite agree. I think problem solving is important. I'd also like to add that Czechs are very well-rounded people, and many influences come down upon each Czech child. You must play the violin, you must paint a beautiful painting. Please prepare yourself for a future study in particle physics. Not everybody needs to do everything. And so I think maybe a little more room for, maybe you just go study university, finish high school, and then go do something different. Or maybe you paint because you want to paint, not because you have to be great at it. you know? Like a Smurf village. Different people have different skills. I think that should be supported.
Yeah, I like the idea with different people having the different knowledge, Mr. Petráček.
Well, I would like to add to your remark about the German system. I spent 5 years on Heidelberg University, so I can compare both systems. And I must say that our Czech system is a small problem because here is everybody creative, even in the rules. So it generates, let's say, a chaotic system. Well, the German one is more effective. Actually, the research there was much smoother and easier to perform than in our system. So we have a lot of creativity in Czech Republic, but it's sometimes too much. In some respect, of course, not in programming.
Yeah, I spent 5 years studying in Germany as well, or working there. So I definitely agree with your point of view that the system is just different, and sometimes less creativity is better than too much. Eva, you are a great role model, I think, to all the teachers in the Czech Republic regarding integrating digital tools in your education. Because I believe that you need a role model, and trying to teach children to have some technological knowledge or technological competence. If the teachers are lacking this, that's just not working. What would you recommend to the teachers if they are having this self-confidence, not only in creativity, but maybe in using some digital tools, so that they at least start?
That's a good question. I think an elegant way to take the pressure off yourself is to find the students who already are exploring and ask them to prepare a simple presentation for their classmates of what they're doing, what games they're playing. Gamers have the best English. I learned that at CYBERSPACE. Because they are in these online gaming environments where on the servers everyone speaks English. They are there as a team to win a game. It takes the focus off how perfect your grammar is, and there is no time for proper spelling. It's we have a common goal and we have to communicate or we may lose. Their brains are flooded with dopamine. That aids retention, and retention is so important in education. You can say all kinds of things, you can lecture all day long. What is going to stick? You need that pop of dopamine. So by finding the students who already are interested, that can infect the other students as well, I think. And then you don't have to be the expert.
So maybe letting the students be the expert in the digital tools that they are using.
Anyone can make a Google Slides presentation. Show them how, ask them what they're interested in. They can pick up some presentation skills along the way.
Thank you. And Peter, what technologies or what tools are you using when teaching your students code?
Well, their fantasy, or how we say, we let them to explore. We give them the tools, of course. They have the access to the pedagogical platform where they have the instructions and the assignment, but then we just leave it up to them. We give them the information where they can search for the information. And the first thing that they learn is how to ask Google the right question, because that's a difference, how you Google. So that's very important. That's what they learn, and they learn to find and where to find the information and how to check if the information are correct. Because now you can find all sorts of information, even in programming, and then you see that your code is not working. We also embrace to use the AI. It's the way you use it, because our education is free and they don't pay it. We tell them you do it for yourself. And if you get an interview at the company, they find out in the first technical interview if you know this thing, so you don't. So if you ask ChatGPT to solve your project, then what do you learn? But if you use AI to explain to you the functions, or to understand the functions more, then it's a great educational tool as well. We like to say to students, don't be afraid, check your sources, check what's available there. For some students, it's also, they use the learning, they need to see the final result to understand it as well, the function then as well. So each student finds out different way how they learn, and this is what I was talking about, learn how to learn programming. And then use your imagination as well, because that's what we want to also embrace. You have use everything that is available and use to your advantage.
Jeff, I believe that in a digital agency you definitely need some imagination. So how do you foster this imagination, creativity with your employees?
Well, I would say we're quite aligned with what Peter said. We don't necessarily mind, actually we encourage people to use any methods they can to come up with a solution, as long as it's not a structure that's a weak structure or cheating the system. It has to be real, it has to be authentic. So they can use anything they want. I mean, to go back to the Skoda analogy of 1970s, we want to give people the tools to fix the car if they need to get somewhere. Interestingly, I have a modern car and I had a puncture recently and I went to the boot and there was no jack, no spare tire, nothing. But they gave me instructions to call somebody. So in other words, they were taking the thinking away from me and making me stupid, which I don't like, but this is the way that it's going. So I prefer the toolbox approach, which is what Peter says. And we like to think of our development team as like a Swiss Army knife, that they can go into different places as long as they find the solution, and we encourage that. So we encourage them to be active thinkers and not robots.
Maybe in this respect, we are discussing mostly the digital world at this moment, and digital world has usually a keyboard as an input device. What I observe, if we want to plan or draw a complicated structure or whatever, it's much better to use pencil and paper. It involves a different hemisphere, actually, and this is one of the risks of using keyboard or this really digital input, that you are losing part of your creativity, part of your fantasy, which sits on the other side. So we have to keep an eye on this fact as well. And well, actually, I'm rector of the Technological University, but I'm still working on paper with pencil, and it's much more efficient than when I would to do the same thing with the mouse on the screen or during the keyboard. It's a big difference, and this we should explain to children as well. So they have to draw, they have to play with hands, do something real, not in a virtual world. And there is a great potential which must not be forgotten, just not to be a stupid end device of the cloud solution.
Are you fostering this with your students at the Czech Technical University somehow? The combination of usage of the digital technologies where it makes sense, but on the other hand, not forgetting this pencil and paper?
Well, I hope that our professors and associated professors are aware of this, and I think they are, because of course this is, let's say, intergeneration communication. So we were 40 years ago, no way to do a graphical input into computers. So I think the older generation knows very well that the chalkboard and the chalk is a very good tool, and it's also attractive for children, to those students, to see what the professor is writing during the math lessons. And that, of course, the presentation, a very nice presentation on the screen is well way to be asleep after a few transparencies. I think people know that, and that they are trying to teach in an attractive way and to use both skills of both hemispheres.
I think that's great. Thank you very much. Regarding the university world, could you maybe share with the audience what's the current status? Like, how does even a lecture at a university look like today? Because I believe many of us have not experienced using many digital technologies during the studies.
Well, how our lectures look like? They look like very similar to the lectures some time ago. Sometimes, of course, well, I think the good lecture is that one where you have an active teacher in front of either chalkboard or some active panel, really communicating with students, of course, waking them up after some time by some fun also, so that they keep attraction to the topic. Of course, the topics should be explained in a not boring way, and good pedagogical staff is doing like that. Of course, they may take record of their lecture, and then students can see that at home as well. But of course, students should come to lectures, because the 90% of the interaction is really interacting during the lecture or during the tutorials, which are the second half of our teaching.
Thank you. And Peter, I saw that you were nodding your head when we were talking about this personal touch and being face-to-face. What's your experience?
Well, actually, 42 Prague, it's live since 2021, so it was right after COVID. And when we still get many questions of our applicants if this is the online course, and we say, no, we have a campus, we have to come in person. And peer-to-peer learning works only if you are in person, peer-to-peer, face-to-face, doing the projects, explaining to it, and as well. And we also have not papers and pencils, but we have like 6 whiteboards. They're completely covered with code, and the best thing is for the students to understand the code is just to write the function on the whiteboard and see. So I come there every morning and I see the functions with zeros and ones and all those algorithms that even I don't understand. But personal teaching and explaining it to you face-to-face, I still believe will be very important in the future. And we see it also in the real world. Of course, home office, mobile work recently can be done, but still the social interactions, community feeling, also in education, but also in real life, are most valuable. So I believe our students learn mostly when we organize some talks, debugging talks, when we talk about the functions, when we have events with our partners face-to-face, because they learn, they can touch it, even if it's just a code written on the whiteboard, they can touch it because they are there and they can, ask their questions. When you do it online, it is possible to do it something, and you can do some creative and important work, but you lose the social interactions, the community feeling.
Yeah, thank you. Education, and I believe especially digital education today, should prepare the students for the labor market. Jeff, you have been involved in several projects on digital transformation. How fast is the transformation actually? Because from LinkedIn posts or some media articles, one could get the feeling that everyone is using AI, every company is digitalized. So what's your experience regarding the status?
My experience is that take-up is quite slow. I think it's quite good in the really big enterprise companies, but in the middle range companies and in the smaller companies, they're afraid, or some people are saying, well, we'll just wait and see what happens. And I think this may be a bad approach. I know in Ireland, we're really bad at lots of things. One of the things we've done very well is digital. So if you look at the DESI ratings and rankings in Europe, Ireland and some other countries are higher. The Czech Republic is slightly behind the European average for 2 things, for digital indexing for readiness, and also for women in digital. The Czech Republic is falling behind, but there's room to grow. And I think the brain power is there, but what education needs to do is something maybe that we've done in Ireland, which is that we have 12 main ministers in the government in Ireland, and we won't talk about politics or anything, that's for another day. But 2 of those ministers are responsible for education. So we have 2 education ministers, not 1. And then we have some other ministers who are like junior ministers. We have one for education, for advanced skills, which is connected to business, and we have a minister for digital. And what that means is that education is very well plugged into industry in terms of what industry needs to be competitive. And what the industry is feeding back information all the time around skills, that goes back to education. And this is a very strong chain of links. So education always knows what industry is looking for, and industry always knows what skills that their people need to get. And there's a lot of encouragement from the government for companies, small companies, to upskill and to get people on a path of learning after they leave formal education to maybe go back in. And this could be part-time. It could be for mothers who have left the education or left jobs for a few years to start a family, to re-enter the workforce, or to start learning part-time or flexible. And I think the flexibility, and something that Peter said there, is that people learn in different ways. The paper and the pen and the crayons and the markers will always be there. It has a real value. So does the peer-to-peer learning in person. And we need to have very flexible learning, and in my opinion, a very strong connection between academia and industry and candidates.
Thank you. Peter, how do you make sure that the courses or the trainings that you are offering really correspond with the demand of your partnering organizations or companies?
Well, in our case, it's very easy because we are non-profit educational institutions. We are financed by our partners. So if we don't provide what our partners need, they don't finance us. So that's how we make sure. But otherwise, it's basically in constant dialogue with the partners, see what they see, what they have in the strategy, how they see the technology evolving. So being basically us as a part of strategic discussions with our partners and seeing what kind of skills we can provide them. So if we don't do it, then we educate people with skills that they will not be able to use, they will not be able to apply. And also happy to say that we have 100% job placement rate based to this discussion of our partners, that for them we are like an educational outreach platform that they use.
At the university, it's a little bit different. Of course, the basic track of the university is as a more universal output, or the students are more universal, and they are going in various fields, of course, which has to be covered. The demand of, let's say, some companies is more in direction of upskilling, reskilling, which is the opening market at this moment. There will be a large change in the specialization of people, and this is not the basic track of the university, but it's let's say courses or blocks or modules which are prepared for this demand. So we deal with that like this. So it's a classical misconception that the university in the main track will react on demand of special company. It's nonsense. Yeah. But in this upskilling, reskilling, that's true. That should be done, and it's really opening market for all universities.
And maybe I see there's some potential for collaboration between universities or any educational institutions, the Czech state, maybe some public sector. What role should the institutions play, or any of these actors? The question can be to any of you.
So maybe I will start, because we are contemplating this with all the actors which you mentioned almost all the time. Well, if I should start from the state, I think it's necessary to have some strategic visions of the structure, which is necessary for strategic parts of the industry, of the future development. Out of this, define what actually are fields which should be promoted. I don't say financed, but of course it's also interconnected, promoted more. It's more complex, yeah? And this should be stated by state for some period, because then the institutions will reorganize, prepare for capacities, like for the nuclear industry, like for quantum computing, and so on. So this needs some time and strategic level of thinking at the level of state. Fortunately, this is now happening in several such technologies. Then the universities, of course, especially technological universities, and I can speak about them, I know them quite closely. They are interacting with companies, they are interacting with state, they are interacting with SMI companies, and they are helping them to develop in many directions. We are building hubs for digitization, for example. One of them is at our university also, Digital Innovation Hub. And I think this interaction is very well working. Every time it can work better, but it's working. And it should be a sustained cooperation, as you say, which is necessary to be successful in this direction.
Thank you. Eva, what about your point of view as an individual teacher in the process?
So I don't know much about the universities and their relationship to business. I know CZVUT has partnerships. In Denmark also it's common for even state-run universities to have close partnerships in some fields. All I know is when I'm teaching students, it's less about the information I'm putting in them, especially at the young age, more about I'm preparing their brains for a lifetime of self-teaching. And so when I watch them engage with tech, to get back to why the personal presence is so important, I'm observing where they get frustrated. I'm observing how they could do something difficult and be not impressed and do something different and be very proud of themselves. And this gives me information about their style of learning and where their challenges lie, which I can then work with. I don't know that this will necessarily give the next generation of technical experts, but it prevents teachers saying damaging things to kids at a young age, which echo for a lifetime.
Thank you. Peter, what about your point of view on the collaboration between institutions, state and public sector?
I think currently, I mean, by big corporations here in Czech Republic, it's running quite good, and they see the responsibility in them. I don't want to make a promotion, but the one automaker brand was already mentioned here, which happens to be also our funding partner, which also cooperates with CZVUT and cooperates with, I believe, almost every technical university here in Czech Republic. So the corporations, see that if they want to be prepared for the future, it's not only that they support only one field, but they invest in education in basically different fields. As for the state, of course, we are partners of Czech Digital Week. That's the initiative of the Vice Prime Minister for digitization here on the upskilling the job market for the digital skills and as well. But I think corporations and the companies are more flexible in this and faster than the state, and that could be improved. But overall, the cooperation between all three fields, institutions, companies, and public, is running okay. Could be better.
Jeff, do you have any, or I would again like to use your experience from abroad. Do you have any best practice that Czech Republic could learn from?
Well, if I was the minister responsible for digital in Czechia, first thing I would do is say, well, we are going to exceed the European average and we are going to be a leader. And I think the number one ingredient is ambition. It's also the same for students, for your students, Peter. If you have that ambition, you know where you're going, and I think that would help. What you mentioned, probably a lot of good things are happening already with cooperation with industry. One thing that I see is we're working with Brno, the technical guys at the university in Brno, and being around other European countries leading is a very good exposure, because you see, it fills you with ambition and energy. And when I look at Czechia, you don't have a coastline, you don't have oil or gas, as far as I know, not much, but you have an awful lot of brain power. And I think in the future, this is going to be the real resource that we talk about when the oil runs out and other things. So I would encourage Czechia to use the brain power, but to get as many people involved in the effort to be a digital leader in Europe, which it's on the way. And to do that, it needs a cooperation of industry, ambition from students, but maybe more flexible learning so that you can get more people into digital upskilling, which never ends. It never ends. In 5-10 years, we'd maybe having a very different discussion. But the common thing is digital transformation. Digital is here to stay, and that students and people who are learning are probably in a lifetime of learning. And if you can create an environment that allows as many people as possible to be contributors, well, I think it will only be up.
Thank you. We are slowly approaching the end of our panel discussion. if there was one thought that you would like our audience to take away from this, what would that be? Peter, would you like to start this time?
Keep learning. We talk about lifelong education, and there are so many possibilities to keep constantly learning. And learning doesn't mean that you have to attend the classes that you have to do, but you can do learning basically anywhere, anytime, by listening to it in a car, in a podcast. You can just watch some online course or in your garden while you drink, coffee and so on. So it's different perception of and different options on where you can learn. But keep up, it's something, my parents, and the grandparents said, okay, you're done with school, now no more school, you go to work, So, but actually, I like to say I learn every day in my job. Every day brings new challenges, and keep constantly learning, challenge yourself, use the technologies, to expand your horizons, and then the future will be bright for you.
Thank you, Peter. Eva, what about you? What would be your takeaway message?
I think the education system, the curriculum that we have now, it has not changed in 100 years, and I think a lot of things have changed even in the past 10 years. It's hard to get systemic change. It's especially hard in this country. I know for a fact that schools who try are met with parents who say things like, well, I never studied that. Instead, I studied these things, and I expect and demand. This is where people can get demanding, that my child study the same thing that I did. And I think math is fun now. I struggled in school. But you don't need to know calculus to be a functioning member of society. If schools instead could focus on financial literacy, effective communication, relationship skills, and nutrition, and then let the people who really are interested in something pursue those areas, and maybe then you'll get only the excellent ones. That would be the dream, right? So complete radical change of the education system.
Well, first of all, as you mentioned, that we should be a digital leader. I was, during the previous form of government, a part of the Governmental Council for Digitization. Well, in this legal environment which we have here, with maybe 500 or 600 priorities and many resorts acting against each other, well, digitization will be very hard here. It's different when you build it from scratch somewhere in Lithuania. I think it's very good, and in this, compared to our system, it will be very tough, very expensive, very bureaucratic. I'm afraid that will be difficult to become a digital leader of the digital state. Of course, this is different from solutions which we are discussing here. That will be okay. The business probably will run, but the digital state, efficient way of digitization of state and interaction between universities and state will be very, very difficult and very, very expensive. So I would recommend to get a little bit less priorities and realize them, and not just split into many directions. And concerning the education, I would like to say that we should really keep an eye on the old things which we have been studying, on the methods which we have been using in education, and on the values which we used to have, and not just to be blinded by the new technology, because of course it's a tool, but if we just jump on the new technology and forget the old values, it will be disaster. So in this way I would recommend to think a little bit more.
Perfect, thank you very much. And Jeff, what about your last recommendations?
Well, I think we need to create a generation of ambitious digital professionals, okay? And these do not have to be developers, they don't have to be technical architects, they can be anybody in any company, in any business who can get involved and find out what they're good at. So I very much encourage flexibility in learning in terms of the way you learn, the stage of your life that you learn, what exactly you do in digital. There is always a home for clever people in digital. They just need to find out what they're good at, what they excel at. And creating critical thinkers, it's very important to know where things go. You know, it's good to have knowledge, but it's also good to know where to apply it. I'm reminded of the expression that knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit, but wisdom is knowing not to use it in a fruit salad. So we need to know where to use things. And I think it really boils down to ambition and agility. And it probably needs to come from the top of government, the top of academia, who become a bit more ambitious, but are willing to be more agile in their structure. But if you have that North Star that you're going for, which could be the DESI index in Europe, and you can say, okay, we now want to exceed the European average, everyone will follow as long as they know that they have a part to play.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your participation, for sharing your insights, for sharing your experience. Just to sum it up, I would say keep learning, be ambitious, and be agile. I hope that our audience got some new information as well, or maybe some ideas and inspiration on how to continue and how to help the Czech Republic become a digital leader, hopefully one day as well. So thank you once again, Mr. Dr. Vojtěch Petráček from the Czech Technical University. Thank you, Eva Hollings. Thank you, Peter Podprotsky, and thank you, Jeff Sheridan, for sharing your insights and being here with us. Thank you very much, and I would say that I'm handing over to Sarah again.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause for Barbara Malinovská as well for leading this phenomenally. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you can stay sitting because we're ending. And I can see the tears glistening in the eyes of you that have stuck with us until the very end. I can't see the tears of you online, but I'm sure there's plenty. Ladies and gentlemen, I just have to do the whole summing up, so just bear with me for a couple more minutes. I think that we've seen a lot of very interesting topics that were covered here in the last 2 days. A lot of them, frankly, repeat every year here at this conference. What do we do with data? What do we do with trust? What do we do with freedom of speech? How is artificial intelligence going to affect the job market? It's questions that humans have been posing themselves for hundreds, thousands of years. We can see that, after all, in the very initial video, where we can see that from using stone tools to using steam-powered engines during the Industrial Revolution, we have been asking the same questions over and over. And if it's not us going with a hammer to destroy the nearest steam engine because we don't know what to do with it, it's someone basically saying that AI is going to take our jobs, and we're equally as confused. So we have the same mental patterns repeating, and we do have to learn from history in order to actually put things right. Because the first model, for example, of the neural network, or the first predecessor of this, was created in 1943. We're in 2024, and we still don't know how to properly integrate artificial intelligence into our daily lives. We can't wait another 80 years to get that right. We can't wait with blockchain, we can't wait with the metaverse, we can't wait with virtual reality, because the citizens are waiting and the world is waiting. And it's all good to have a discussion here, but then we need to go and do something in the real world as well. So I appeal to all of you to take all the things that you have heard here today and yesterday, to take those lessons and to implement them, whether you're in school, whether it's talking to your grandma, whether it's in your political party, whether it's in your company, and actually try step by step to make the world a better place, because we've got all the tools to do it, we just have to actually do it. I would like to thank the partners again for today. It was the European Liberal Forum. Thank you so much for helping this, making this happen, as well as the conference partners. I will just recap those: the Friedrich Neumann Foundation, the Republican Institute, Liberté, the Liberal and Social Movement, and the Institute for Freedom and Democracy. Today has been Digital Europe. Yesterday was the digital Czech Republic. To what extent the Czech Republic and its endless bureaucracy is digital, I will leave up to you to think about. Nonetheless, there were some very, very fruitful discussions and suggestions as to what to do next. I would like to thank again to yesterday's sponsors, very generously the general partner of the Digital Czech Republic Public Policy Program, which was Google, then Microsoft, Wolt, T-Mobile, and Bank ID, the general media partner E15, and then partners, the Czech Association of Artificial Intelligence, the Minister of Health, who we heard from today as well, Prague AI, Czech.Digital, and the Reconstruction of the State. And finally, the Association of Virtual and Augmented Reality. We've seen them do some phenomenal things next door in the exhibition. Last but not least, I started this whole moderating spiel with a quote from ChatGPT, and actually I'm going to go back to it, you know, to leave us at a bit of an automated ending to all of this. I asked, I fed the program into ChatGPT and said, what do you think that we need to do in order to actually help solve the problems that we've been talking about today? And it's got like the 10 commandments, basically. Blockchain transparency, data encryption and privacy, digital feedback platforms for citizens, AI for monitoring and accountability of people from business and politics, open data initiatives, smart contracts on blockchain, digital identity verification, enhanced cybersecurity, transparent algorithm use and explainable AI, and digital literacy programs. So you can see that it's a very complex list. When I asked AI how long that's going to take, it said somewhere around 5 years. So when we're here on the 14th conference of Digital Europe, I think all of these things will have been sorted out. So I think that we can probably leave it at that afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a huge pleasure to be here with you again. Thank you to all the panelists and to everyone, and mainly to you for being a fantastic audience. And we will see you next year at the Jubilee 10th iteration of this conference. Thank you so much. And now it gives me great pleasure to invite you for a glass of wine or 7. If you're watching us online, you have my permission to have several glasses of wine as well to celebrate. All right, everyone, have a lovely evening. Thank you and goodbye.